When did you get a place in Bonnie Bray? Have you had
years? And we lived there.
I
only reason I have a second house, the only reason, is because it's better than having money anywhere else. I literally made more money in real estate. So got married. I never went back to a house. I mean, I never went and sold my house. We just moved in together, and I kept both.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just sell them every 2 years. It's just the most amazing fucking plan. It just works. I mean, it's just amazing. It just works. And you know, I made $700,000 on a condo in Landmark.
Yeah, that place is unbelievable.
I made $200,000 in Pantera.
Device on your vehicle, would you remove it or would you just leave it there?
No, you put it on another vehicle. That's obvious.
Each episode dives deep into the world's strangest topics, from hidden history to the bleeding edges of science and beyond. Listen to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
We'll have a day featuring pretty normal weather for this time of year. A high of 45 with mostly sunny skies, but I'm tracking a chance for some light snow on Saturday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has everything you need to start the year right, all at amazing prices. Now at Staples, earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you buy any 2 ink or toner cartridges. Offer ends 1/9/21, limit 4. Visit staples.com/40 in rewards for details. Staples.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. History made in Georgia as Democrat Raphael Warnock defeats Republican incumbent Kelly Loeffler in the Senate runoff race.
He is the descendant of slaves, of sharecroppers, of people who pick cotton. And he's now going to represent this state in the Congress, and that is not lost.
ABC's Steve Osunsami in Atlanta. In the other Senate runoff, Democrat John Ossoff has declared victory over incumbent David Perdue. Again, ABC's Steve Osunsami.
Turnout on Election Day was up slightly. The conventional wisdom was that that would have helped Republicans, because more Republicans are more likely to vote on Election Day. But what we were seeing is that it was pretty steady in the blue counties.
As many as 30,000 of President Trump's supporters are in Washington as both houses of Congress meet to ratify the Electoral College results in the 2020 presidential election. This is ABC News. The challenge is expected on Capitol Hill today against the Electoral College votes from some states, not only splitting the Republican Party, but in some cases, colleagues.
This is Jim Ryan in Texas, where the issue has split the state Senate delegation, despite the harsh words that Ted Cruz had for then-candidate Donald Trump in 2016.
This man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies.
Cruz is leading a group of 11 senators who plan to object to the certification of the Electoral College results. His fellow Texan and fellow Republican, Senator John Cornyn, says he will not challenge the certification, sparking a tweeted insult from President Trump, who called Cornyn a rhino, Republican in name only.
Hong Kong going after pro-democracy politicians and activists. Dozens arrested today facing accusations of subversion. And scientists say they may have to tweak the atomic clock. They may have to adjust a minute down to 59 seconds because the Earth's rotation has sped up a bit.
Rena Roy. You know you're in trouble in this market when you wouldn't pay what they say your house is worth.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Eventually, your brain resets.
Well, I wouldn't pay for the house I'm in Bonnie Bray what they're saying it's worth.
Yeah.
And the house I bought, Cherry Creek Country Club, already we had massive increase. according to Zillow and everywhere else.
Yeah.
But I stole it from these doctors because these doctors, they were good people, but they were the kind of people that when something broke, they turned it off. So they had toilets, they turned off. And what they did is they worked their way into a new home and then worked their way out of it by fear. So they had so many deferred maintenance things that I went in, and for less than 50 grand, that house looked like a brand new house. And they had a garage cluttered. They were hoarders. And so when I got done with it, people came by and said, "Oh my God, is this the same house?" They didn't even know it was the same house. So these people were so desperate to get out of that house. And they had the concrete and the driveway was listing.
Yeah.
But I went in, I told you how I do it. I thought I go in and inspect it first when I'm going in to look. If I like the house, I go a second time with an inspector, but they don't know it's me and an inspector. They think it's another customer.
Yeah.
I get down on paper exactly what it will cost.
That apparently includes people who are in the prison system.
So far, more than 13,000 people in the state's prison system have tested positive for the virus. The governor's original plan included vaccinating all prisoners being held in Colorado, but that plan was changed early last month after the governor got a lot of pushback. Critics question why prisoners would be getting the vaccine before, say, the elderly in nursing homes. So now, only prisoners over the age of 70 will be the first to get the shots, and staff working in the prisons too. That includes healthcare workers, guards, and anybody who transport prisoners. The question remains, what about the rest of the Colorado prison population? So far, no official timetable about when they will be getting their vaccines.
That's reporter Jim Hooley. In sports, the Nuggets beat the Timberwolves 123-116 last night. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ZQuil Pure Z's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the metro area in pretty good shape right now. Just a couple of slow spots on the highway drive. Southbound 225, still a little slow there between Yosemite and I-25. Westbound 270.
So he knew how to deal with them. Think about that.
I'm close to you.
That's
too.
fucking amazing.
On the new one, I said to Frank, tell him we'll give him 300,000. We'll close in 15 fucking days. But it's at this price. If they don't want it, fuck off.
Well, you didn't buy your house now for 300.
No. I put 300 in earnest. And they couldn't take it back. Yeah, I mean, they would get to keep it.
Yeah. So, your house now.
And then I lowballed the fuck.
But I'll tell you what, man. You have to be up. So when people say you got two houses, no, I don't. I have a fucking retirement plan.
Yeah.
It's like new.
Yeah, that's because you both take the tax credit, right?
That's all we do. Yeah. And whatever one we sell first, she'll come over and we'll take for 5 months of deduction.
Yeah. We'll buy another one.
Well, yeah, we'll always, I don't know if we'll always have to. What we're going to eventually do is have one here that's a lock and leave, and then have one somewhere else. Because.
You mean in a different state?
Yeah,
or a different
winter. Yeah. And then I'll do the show remotely, or Mark will take over. Try out California.
Either of you guys want to read a really good, fun thriller novel? Do you care?
No, I don't care.
Do you care, Mark?
I'm already reading a bunch of shit. I'm behind on what I need to read.
Me too. I am too. I read.
You know what I do now? Books on tape, on the phone.
Books on the car now.
No, books on phone. I'm in the can no, I'm serious. It's wherever you are.
I take a shit in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Nice talking to you.
You too.
All right, guys, you're on 30.
Oh, 5 is it?
You guys hear me right?
I can't think of the last time I read a book. I can't really think of it.
And your laundry is.
What's that?
Yeah.
Last time I read a book, I think it was Manson in his own words. Charles Manson, trying to explain away how he was. Yeah, I know. This book's on tape.
It's your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide.
All right, here you go, guys. 10 seconds. Great show.
You'll get a confirmation text that info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's SMILE to 200-200. This is the Troubleshooter Show.
I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. RealCBDThatWorks.com. You can get 30.
Years in Denver. Some of that time
We've been nationally syndicated. Other times we've been just affiliated across the country with different stations, or we're primarily Denver and Colorado, live on Facebook, live on YouTube, and welcome. What I want you to do is focus on what we do, and that is help. If we discuss things that you disagree with, that's fine, because we're not trying to change your mind. We're just discussing things. I feel the open exchange of information is the most important thing we can do during these times. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I start out by asking what's on your mind. You can call 303-MARTINO at any time, okay? At any time. That's 303-627-8466. I got Mark over here on my left. That doesn't mean he's my left-hand man, but it means he's on my left. I got Suzanne on the phones. I got Deputy Doc and Deputy Smarty Pants. We also have Deputy Dan on the controls for our video feed. And Deputy Daff, right now taking a well-deserved few days off until we get her rekeyed into something. She's been filling in the last 10 months. Let's go to the phones and talk to Terry. Terry, what's going on, man? What's happening?
We had a refrigerator that quit working this past July. It was less than 2 years old. It was under warranty. And we had an extended warranty from Sears. It quit working. We jumped through the hoops to have a Sears authorized service come fix it. They ordered parts several different times.
Now, how old was the fridge?
Less than 2 years old.
Okay, and where did you buy it?
Sears.
Okay, are the Sears store? I hate to ask. Are Sears stores still open?
Unfortunately, yes.
I didn't know that. I, honest to God, did not know they were still open.
Not very many.
Okay. And so you had, that's a dinosaur if I've ever heard one. And so you had, now Sears doesn't really have a repair shop. What they do is they job that out, and it's a terrible system they have. So did they end up fixing it or not?
No. No, we had parts sent over 4 months from Sears or LG.
And it's not working right now?
Oh, no, it hasn't worked since July. And we finally got authorized the end of October to replace it.
Yeah.
We had to go through Sears to do that.
Now, you're saying you bought at Sears, but an LG?
Well, it's a Kenmore, but we learned, jumping through all the hoops they wanted us to, that Kenmore is made by LG.
Okay. Okay, listen. What's the latest today? I want to know what's happening today.
We ordered a refrigerator at the end of October.
The new one, and you haven't gotten it yet.
Correct. It was supposed to be delivered the end of November.
By the way, everyone uses the pandemic now as an excuse, right? Did you get that?
Correct.
You got yeah, all the time. I swear to you.
Yeah.
It's getting tiring. The pandemic. UPS uses the pandemic. UPS, the worst package delivery system in the universe, uses that as an excuse. But I'm telling you, in general, it is not the pandemic. For these people are using it as an excuse.
It did screw up supply chain on certain things, though.
Yeah, but this refrigerator, October, come on. So, what do you want us to do? Do we have an Angel still at Sears?
Can you get a refund?
I think so, Tom.
And go buy it from a real store. Go to Costco. Go somewhere. Go anywhere.
Yeah, what about that, Terry?
No.
Do you think they'll give you a credit? Get out of it?
No, we tried to get the money back when they authorized the replacement so we could go somewhere else.
Oh, I see. I get it. It's a replacement.
No,
they're not going to give her money
back. It has to go.
Okay.
You have to buy it at Sears. We don't.
What about LG? Have you ever talked to LG? Oh, no, you're saying, no, I'm sorry, it's the Kenmore brand. I'm sorry. It's not the LG brand. It's just that they make it. Hey, Suzanne, I think we have someone at Sears, don't we?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great now. Okay, so let's start with our Angel at Sears. Let's just see where the hell your refrigerator is. I can see why you are frustrated, okay? I can see it. I agree with it, and I'm sorry about it. It just sucks, man. I don't, you know what? See, here's the problem nowadays, too. Have people noticed? They have shut down consumers' access to complaining. Now, what I mean by this is you can still complain, but it's not a free flow.
You can't email anyone. You have to email on a form. You're very limited, which in some ways is fine. You want to keep people brief. But sometimes you have to explain a problem. There are no real numbers to talk to real people. Those real people simply, if there are real people, they don't solve problems. They simply start a case number, and then you revert back to email. And you can't reply to the emails. I mean that. If you have a problem now, it's very hard to get problems resolved, especially because the problems have to fall within a certain category. They even make you on some drop-down menus pick a category. Again, I don't mean to keep harping on UPS, but they do suck. I got to explain this. I had something shipped to me from a company called Aircraft Spruce. Aircraft Spruce sent it to my home. They showed me they for some reason take pictures when they pack up stuff and send it out. They take a picture of the mailing label with the tracking number and the QR code. I guess they do it for their protection. UPS picked up that package and arbitrarily slapped another address on it for me and delivered it to another location without my approval, without me knowing it. It was by the grace of God somebody recognized my name at that location and delivered it to me. They did it. They called me and said, "Is this your package?" I said, "Yes." The building was closed due to the pandemic. There was no way I was scheduled to be there. It's not my home. Now listen to this. It's iHeart. But why did they send a package for Tom Martino to iHeart arbitrarily? Now, did somebody hear me on the radio and say, "Hey, the hell with this, let's not send it to his home, let's send it where he works"? But we were out of the building for months and months. So here's what happens when you complain. They asked to complain, and I said, I need to know why this package was diverted. I got the package in 7 days. I paid for 2-day air. Now, the reason I didn't get it in 2 days was because they changed the address, not because of the pandemic. They said, "We can't guarantee a 2-day delivery due to the pandemic." I said, "It wasn't due to the pandemic. You changed the address. Why did you do that without contacting me?" This is what I asked UPS. Do you know what they said? They sent me a form saying, "If you did not receive the package, initiate a claim." I did receive the package. I want a refund, because they took 7 days due to their incompetence. There is no place. So they keep saying, "Well, you received the package." I received the package by luck that somebody saw it sitting outside and gave it to me. So now that's not the only one. I'm going to tell you another one. I had charges show up on my credit card for PayPal. I've never made those charges. I started a dispute with a credit card company. You know what they said? They said, "Well, you have to dispute that with PayPal because we show that it was paid to PayPal, and then PayPal takes it from there." I go to PayPal to dispute it, and PayPal says, "Which charges do you want to dispute on your account?" I say, "They weren't made on my account. Somebody who has a PayPal account used my credit card to pay for merchandise. My credit card company says to go to you and get it straight down." They said, "Oh, if it wasn't on your account, we can't cancel those charges. You have to go to your credit card company." Now, I swear to you, I'm not the only one having these problems. But in a world of technology, you're done. You are done. There's no way to take recourse. I'm going to tell you another thing. Amazon, you think it's easy? Okay. You think it's easy to get a refund on Amazon, Mark?
Yes.
Oh, yeah? Listen to this one. Amazon calls the merchant, and they issue a credit. If you dispute, right?
That's only if you don't order stuff that's Prime, which I never do.
Okay. So now I say to Amazon that the merchant says we issued the credit to your Amazon account. It did not show up on my Amazon account. Amazon says contact the merchant. I contact the merchant. The merchant says we issued a credit. If it's not showing up on your Amazon account, contact Amazon. I contact Amazon, and they say we show no credit. Now, Mark, seriously. So there's no one to talk to at Amazon. There's no one to fix that. They can't fix it. They say, well, we don't show a credit.
I've never dealt with it because I am terrified to order anything that's not Prime.
So Prime means they guarantee it.
Prime means they pack it, they ship it, they do the refund.
Well, now you have to do that. Now, and I'll never use UPS again. I am telling you, these problems with PayPal, UPS, Amazon, these are new world problems.
You can't say you'll never use UPS because if you order from Amazon, you have no choice.
No, that's not true.
Yes, Amazon, it is. You cannot say, I want USPS or I want FedEx. You have to take however they ship it. I've gone down this road.
Well, hold on. I thought Amazon does their own shipping.
Well, they might to your house, not where I live.
No, I get Amazon all the time shipped.
We get occasionally, but we get most of it through UPS.
No, I'm serious. UPS is the worst. We have more coming up.
It's finally happening. We're all kissing 2020 goodbye, and we're happy to see it in our rearview mirror. And now's the perfect time for all
small businesses to take a fresh approach to marketing. So start off 2021 right and use the power of radio advertising to connect with your customers. iHeartAdBuilder.com makes
10 seconds here.
Mark, these problems are
radio.
fucking impossible.
Sign
I
up
swear
today
to God.
and create a custom radio commercial for your small business free of charge. Get started now at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
Hey, don't get stuck in a real estate transaction and get screwed somehow. You know, times people close on something and say, well, I didn't realize there was a problem with the survey or with an easement or with adverse possession. These things can happen. I advise that you always have a real estate attorney involved, at least to look over some documents. Only a few $100 compared to what you're spending. Listen, that's a deal. What about property line disputes or liens? What about access? There are all kinds of problems that come up in real estate. Maybe tenant landlord, title and survey, clearing title, quiet title actions. Bradley O'Brien at O'Brien Legal Services is who I recommend. Call them. Consultations are free. They only charge when they do something for you. But you can ask, can you help? OLSlaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388. 720-370-7388. O'Brien Legal Services. All right. You know what a lot of people are doing to escape? They're using RVs. Now you can buy new and used RVs at SentryRV.com. That's Sentry as in the 100, CENTURY, SentryRV.com. Just north of Denver on the exit turnoff 240 to Longmont, right there on I-25. Or west of the city, just north of 6th Avenue between Kipling and Sims. 303-453-1111. New and used RVs and service. 303-453-1111.
There's a silent disease plaguing the greater Denver area, and it
So you never have fucking... You know what?
Not with Amazon. Are you kidding? Look how many companies I sued. I have fucking troubles all the time.
All right. I want to sue UPS for $53. I swear to God, it can't stop what you're talking about. No, it is. It is. Mark, I want to do it just to fucking make a point.
I'd have to look out there. I wonder if they actually have something in a particular state. They must. They must. They must have like UPS of Colorado or something.
Sanitized outpatient facility by doctors and medical staff that specialize in lower leg revascularization down to the toe.
Hey, Tommy, I got that state of Colorado notice to Eric last night. Apparently, the state didn't have your W-2 information from 2019, so they uploaded all of that and said that should be resolved. So let me know if you get another notice.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. To answer your questions by phone, visit modernvascular.com.
When it comes to your business, there's a lot of things you know and a few things you want to learn more about fast. If you're looking for an easy and affordable way to get smarter about what your customers are thinking, you need to check out. For less than you think. No matter the size of your business, Research Raccoon gives you the tools to learn at an affordable price.
Come on, Dano.
What your business should be doing and move with confidence with Research Raccoon. Visit researchraccoon.com to learn more and discover which plan is best for you. researchraccoon.com. Fast results with big data.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider and are only available if the provider determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you have prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. You pay just $30 for a month's supply. And right now, get your first online doctor's visit totally free when you go to 4hims.com/joy. That's right.
I need to find
a place to call. No expensive appointments, no awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims is
fucking hot here, man.
Online. And if appropriate.
I mean, don't you think so?
And
I'm always
right to your door.
Yeah, me too.
What are your heat at normally?
Nobody likes dealing with you.
Now, are you talking about with me?
Nobody has to.
With you.
Really good news.
68. I'm 68. I am literally 68 24/7.
My kids complain sometimes
for your free online.
In the summer, I'm 75. Does she not use covers? I couldn't sleep that much. I'd be fucking sweating.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Indeed delivers quality candidates so you can focus on interviews.
So we're
Receive a $75 sponsored job credit when you upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions
is a
apply.
separate entity that we contract with digital. Yeah. I'm just saying, if I have a partner, I can't not collect it. Okay, you know what? I can't leave it. Yeah. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
That's why I do this show, so you can air your frustrations. I want to tell you that this hour is brought to you by the worst package delivery service in the world, UPS. For two reasons. They don't allow you to complain in a way that addresses the problem. They simply ignore it. Number two, if you ever have a claim with insurance, you will never collect. Ever. They say, oh, it wasn't packed properly. And then you say, well, how do you know that? And they say, because it broke. So they basically have a money laundering scheme, in my opinion. UPS is the worst. I have never been more irked. You know, when you bottleneck a complaint, you cause frustration, which amplifies the problem. You know, the thing that helps with Referral List at referrallist.com is that people have a place to go. They might be pissed off at somebody, but they just want a place to tell someone who listens. And we do listen, and we do investigate. That's what people want. Now, a lot of these digital companies nowadays, they don't have an easy path to talk to people. Sometimes you just want to talk to people. You can keep people happier that way. But you know what? They don't care. Facebook won't talk to you. PayPal won't talk to you. Amazon won't talk to you. You might say, oh, I've talked to him before. But not in a way that solves problems. That time I had that AT&T lock problem, there was no one to talk to. Mark got on the phone for 3 hours and solved it. It was such an amazing battle that he had to wage because there was nowhere to complain. People who don't have an easy way to complain, I swear to God, it will kill your business. What we need paths to complaints because not all complaints fit in a digital format with categories and they want people to talk to. I think I shouldn't mention this, but I think I'm going to do something about it. Well, I am going to do something about it. In a way that's going to change everything. You wait. I'm going to give a countdown. I'm going to give myself a year to do this. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. Nope, I'm not kidding. Now I want to talk to Jasmine. Jasmine, what's going on in your life? Big O Tire. Now, I hear good things about Discount and Big O in general? Mark, don't we, in general, we don't get a lot of complaints, and these guys do a lot of business. What's your feeling about Big O?
They're mostly individually owned, so it depends who you're dealing with.
But we don't hear those names.
No, we don't.
What's going on, Jasmine?
Well, Big O Tires has had my car for over 3 months, and they're refusing to fix a transmission that they ruined from a misdiagnosis.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the beginning. How did they ruin your car?
Well, we initially took it in after a diagnosis from a different shop, and we told them what the problem was.
Okay, hold on. What did you tell them it was?
Front axle transmission leak.
So you went into Big O, and you said, fix my axle leak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you said that's all they had to do. I want to say something. When people have diagnostics from other shops, and they go to a shop to have one thing done, that's a very bad idea usually, because that shop lives or dies by that diagnosis, and they don't often like doing that. I'm not saying it's impossible. So, did Big O say, okay, we'll do what you ask?
Yes, they did. And
what did they do?
They ended up saying, well, they ended up instead replacing my water pump.
Okay, so they did not replace the seal that was recommended.
Yes.
What seal is it?
It's for the transmission line.
Okay, but Jasmine, if you went there specifically and said, I'm having a problem, it was diagnosed as what? What did you want done? A seal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, no, instead we're going to do the water pump. Is that how it worked?
Yeah, they said that they did their diagnostic on it, and that wasn't the problem.
Okay, now hold on. Okay, but you knew it was something else, or you thought it was. So did you say to them, okay, go ahead and do the water pump, or did they spring this on you without telling you?
We said go ahead and do the water pump.
Okay, now what happened after that?
About a month went by, and this time my car completely broke down. It wouldn't speed up. We took it back to them, and now they found the problem that we initially told them it was.
So now you're saying because they did not fix it initially, they ruined your car?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the consequence of not fixing that seal the first time around?
I need a completely new transmission.
Now, do you have proof, Jasmine, that of this? In other words, if we call them, will they say, wait a minute, Jasmine came in, she had a bad water pump, nothing else. We can't help it if a seal blew after that?
I have the invoices from the previous shop and then what Big O Tires did.
Do you have anything saying that you took it to be a Big O initially for that seal?
I don't think I do.
Would they deny it?
I still don't understand how that seal caused all the issues, though. I can understand it leaking a little, but didn't the overheating light come on or the cooling light?
Good questions. Mark had some repair shops. This is a good question. So why didn't you get warning? How do you blow an entire transmission because you had a seal leaking?
That's what we're confused about because we took it to them and...
It could be. Hold on. It could be the leaking seal was a sign of other problems as well. And it could be, I'm going to ask another magic question. What's the make, model, year, and mileage on that car?
2013 Chevy Cruze with 120,000 miles.
Okay, which is right about the time you could have problems. I'm not saying you would. Get Jeff Vick on the phone. Kimmer Transmission. Do you know exactly what seal they told you had to replace the first time around? And when was that?
It was a front right axle seal.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, so it was a front axle seal in July?
That has nothing to do with the transmission.
Nothing to do with the transmission. Hold on. So Big O Tires to replace a front right axle seal.
Wait a second. Wait. Yes, it could have something to do because that axle could plug directly into the transfer case or the
Well, yeah, but think about how much would that have to go for that to ruin an entire transmission?
Time.
Okay, listen, you do know, Jasmine, what we do is investigate with an eye of what? Of helping. So I don't want you to think, oh my God, what is he doing? He's dissecting this thing. I just want him to agree that we have a problem. Well, I can't unless we investigate.
Let's try to get Jeff Vick on.
But we're going to get you some help no matter what, okay? So hold on. In other words, even if you get the accurate information, we get right down to the bottom of it, you'll know. Hold on, let's get Jeff Vick on. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, I am saying to you that first world problems now with digital online companies. If you're having issues and you can't get them resolved, even if we can't get them resolved, I want to start a list. I really do, of the most frustrating problems dealing with digital online companies.
This is Round at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ZQL Pure Z's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the metro area remains in decent shape. No major problems on the highway drive, just a little bit of slowing southbound 225 between Tamarack and I-25. Off-highway, a wreck in the final cleanup stages at Santa Fe in Florida to watch out for. Otherwise, you're looking good across town. On the high country, chain and traction laws still in place on US 6 over Loveland Pass in both directions. Also, watch out for traction laws on eastbound and westbound I-70 between Silverthorne and Bakerville. Just be careful in the mountain drive. Weather forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny today with a high near 48. Right now, a few clouds and 34. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
You have to be up in 5 hours. All right, 10 seconds. Maha State, Colorado Bank here. Here we go. ZQL Pure Z's is a drug-free blend of botanicals with an optimal dose of melatonin that helps you fall asleep naturally and wake with no next-day grogginess. ZQL Pure Z's, naturally superior sleep.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. That is where you protect your legacy. Listen, Mark is a very skeptical person who does everything on his own. He went to Blake Harris and is amazed. Mark, the help that he gave you, things you didn't even think about, be honest.
Oh, yeah, he looked at everything my parents have, to be quite honest, and figured out how to get it to me when they passed
and then
away.
you for your kids. And how to protect your assets.
We ended up with a trust, and let me tell you, he gave me a fee up front. He talked to me, said, this is how much it's going to be, and that's exactly what it was.
And no matter how long it takes to plan, you see, he'll talk to you. That doesn't cost you what he does, a flat rate price based on what he does. And he can handle protecting you while you're alive as well as after you pass, and your heirs and your assets. It's full protection, not just when you're dead. This is something you cannot bypass. Everyone needs an estate plan, whether it's a simple will or a trust. 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Do it today. Don't put it off. And I want something else I want to share with you, okay? The pain merry-go-round. There are so many people in pain. My message to you is you don't have to live with pain. That's why we have Colorado Pain Care, a group of local physicians. They work with all major insurance companies, workers' comp, and Medicare to get you to go back to the way life used to be. You don't have to accept pain. Yes, they have medications, but their goal is not to keep you on medications. They have other procedures, physical therapy, emotional therapy, even interventional procedures like epidural steroid injections, nerve blocks. They have radio frequency nerve control, nerve and spinal cord stimulators, things that may sound complicated, but here's the message. They customize a plan just for you. Do not live with pain. They will also work with your other docs if you want them to. ColoradoPainCare.com, the ones I trust. Don't live with pain. Call 303-GOT-PAIN.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. Have a wonderful future right at Denver. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge in the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. If you have our word, we'll treat you right at Duncan. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
We're all spending more time at home. There's never been a better time to get new flooring. SimplyFloorsInc.com is having their holiday sale. You can save up to 40% compared to the big boxes, and you can have beautiful flooring within 2 weeks. Visit their showroom or have them bring the showroom to you. Nothing beats seeing the samples in your own home. Schedule your free in-home, no-pressure estimate at SimplyFloorsInc.com. Great service, great prices, fast turnaround, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Rates are like a roller coaster lately. Are you concerned about the future and how to protect your home? Do you want to become mortgage safe? Take AIM, Affordable Interest Mortgage. With home values still at their highest level ever and rates at historic lows, now may be the best time to be prepared if the economy changes. Last time many of our friends lost their home when it was unnecessary. Take AIM, 720-895-0500. Many of our clients have the ability to tap their equity should the economy change, all without having to borrow the money now. We can show you how to access your equity in these uncertain times to give you peace of mind and allow you to focus on what's important, your family. Call Affordable Interest Mortgage at 720-8...
Grant said he actually does not know it, so I'm just going to have to probably run down and reset the access points manually.
God, that's crazy. You got to do that all the time.
Straight answers.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so damn finicky. Irby said he's trying to work on a way for us to get him to reset them remotely, but he has not done that yet. But I'll just have to wait till I have enough time to go down and reset.
Leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs. 1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The doctors at United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screen.
I don't know where it's Tom. I don't see Tom in there, but you're back in about 30 seconds.
Oh, so Top Vein Care Center.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs.
I need 6 and 7 taken. And she came on at the end of the show yesterday. I put Marty on it. He pretty much got her resolved. I wanted her to recap the problem.
Okay.
And then have Marty update, okay?
Yep.
Call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-860.
All right, Mark, you'll probably have to bring it back in because you're back in 5 seconds.
604 or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget 303-Martino works on and off the air. You can always email us at live@troubleshooter.com. Now, Smarty Marty's got an update for us, but I want to bring Pamela up real quick. In fact, I got to reach over here. I'm not used to this yet. Pamela, you are on 7. Pamela, what was the problem yesterday that Marty helped you out?
I think Marty's on, too.
My daughter was a student at CU in Boulder. She was there. She rented from a rental company called 4-Star Realty from September of 2019 until August 15th of 2020. And they have refused so far to return her security deposit. They reached out to her on November 9th to
they did not send an explanation either, did they, Pamela?
No, they did not. They reached out to her first and asked her for a forwarding address to send the security deposit to. My daughter provided that, and since then we have not heard from them.
And by the way, they have to send an explanation or the deposit, and the explanation with the balance or an explanation with an amount due, and they have to do that within 30 days by state law in Colorado, or it can be extended to 60 days by lease. You indicated that you got nothing. Smarty Marty, what did you do? How did you handle this?
Am I on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this was actually pretty easy, Tom. I thought it would be difficult. I just called the number provided by Pamela, and I waited. I was put on, it was a computer prompt, but I just waited, and it finally reached someone named Tom, and I explained to Tom the situation. He told me there was a check that was dispersed.
Cool.
And he thinks maybe it was lost in the mail. And he said that Pamela or Corey can reach out to him anytime. He also gave me an email address that is more accurate than the one they had, and he seemed very easy to work with.
Well, we're going to see. Now, you didn't get it yet, or your daughter didn't get it yet, did she, Pam?
We have not gotten the check.
Okay. How much is that going to be?
$16.64.
Whoa, that'll be good to add to our total. But we need to know, and Deputy Smarty Marty will let us know for sure because he's tenacious, as you know. He's going to let us know when you actually get the money so we can call this done.
Right, and is it an issue that it
no,
is?
I won't.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on now. That Marty, she brings up a good point. It technically has been past 60 days, and I think what you do first, Pamela, is you get it. Then when you get it, look at the date on the check. Look at the post. Look at the tell her to keep that envelope. And if that is postmarked past 60 days, you keep that as evidence. And I would go and sue them for the other two parts because you already got one and you get treble damages.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Now, what were you going to say, Deputy Marty?
No, you just said that I would contact her again, but she has to she has to first receive the check.
Exactly, that's what I meant. Okay,
you just misspoke. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have two other updates if you have the time.
Yeah, I do. I will have the update in a little while. Just hold on.
And that's a no-brainer in court because that's a statute. That's not like you got to go in there and fight for it.
That's right.
The rule.
That is a statute you can get. Now, Smarty Marty, we do want to do follow-ups, but I have Jeff Vick on, and I want to get to him. He's with Kimmer Transmission, one of our automotive experts. Jeff, this is a weird one. This is a weird one, but I want to ask about it. We want to help Jasmine any way we can. Jasmine said she went, when was this that you had this done, Jasmine? The very first time you went and had your problem diagnosed and then went to Big O, when was that?
July 3rd.
Okay, in July, Jeff, she had a right front axle seal leaking according to a shop. Who diagnosed that, Jasmine?
Service Street.
Now, why did you not have Service Street fix that?
Well, at the time, my husband and I, we had just gotten married, so we were a little low on funds, so we were trying to compare prices.
All right.
By the way, damage could have been done in between then and when you decided to do it.
By the way, congratulations. Now listen to this. She had a leaky seal in July. When did you go to Big O?
Not even a week later.
Okay, you go to Big O. Big O says you need a water pump. And did they literally say you do not need an axle seal?
That is correct.
Okay, so that was back in July. And then since then, you had the water pump done. When did you start having transmission trouble?
Probably about 50 days later.
50 days later, what happened?
Mm-hmm. My car, we were traveling 80 miles an hour on C470. My car, the only way I can describe it is kicked. It downshifted to 20 miles an hour and wouldn't go any faster.
Okay, now, you took it in where after that?
We called Big O Tires to our mistake. We realized that. But we told them, what the heck?
So did you take it into them?
Yes, because they said they wanted to fix it and make it right.
Okay, but I don't know what they're making right, because here's why. I don't know why you broke down. What was the final diagnosis of why you broke down?
We still don't understand why we broke down. They just said that they missed the seals.
Is it with Big O right now? Is it big with O right now?
They moved it without our permission to Parker Transmission, as well as they approved them to fix something without our permission as well.
What did they approve to fix?
Yeah, but by dropping it off there, she gave permission.
She gave permission if she's not obligated to pay the bill to Parker, but I want to know, what did they fix without your permission?
They fixed a new sensor. They didn't say what.
Now, Jasmine, here's the deal. You have a 2013 Chevy Cruze with 120,000 miles that had a right front axle seal. Mm-hmm. I don't know how them bypassing that seal, giving you a water pump, can months later and thousands of miles later cause a transmission failure. Is your transmission toast right now? What are they telling you need?
That I need a completely new transmission.
Now, Jeff, does that sound right to you?
the was run down low enough, then most definitely it could have caused transmission failure.
Okay. Now, it could have. Now, what we have to determine then, they missing that leak caused them to drive around happy, and then all of a sudden, boom. So how does that axle equate? Does it leak out through the main? How does that happen?
Well, it's the same fluid for the transmission as it goes out to the final drive. That's why it's called a transaxle, because the differential and the transmission are inside a common housing.
So you're
losing all that fluid.
Okay, so now we know that you could have a transmission failure as a result of an axle leak. And if they ignored it, I'm wondering, are they responsible? Now, I know one thing for sure, Jasmine. Even if they are 100% responsible, you do understand what the law of betterment and depreciation is, right?
No.
We'll explain that with Jeff Vick and see what we can do for you with Big O Tires right after this.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ZQuil Pure Z's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway
system in fantastic shape.
For your spot. Now that I do have a car, like, where it's like, should I take it to like Uncle Kevin for like everything oil changes, or do you have like separate places where you?
Well, if it's just an oil change, I mean, you can have that done
right
pretty
now.
cheap.
Walmart, man.
You know, Walmart, places like that. You don't need to go to Uncle
I mean, just for like regular like maintenance and stuff like that.
Yeah, you should only bring it there for like serious.
2 hours.
Okay, cool. Here you go. 10 seconds till our drive.
Botanicals with an optimal dose of melatonin that helps you fall asleep naturally and wake with no next day grogginess. ZQuil Pure Z's. Naturally superior sleep.
TheArtofGranite.com. Look them up. TheArtofGranite.com. Located in Golden. They have a showroom. He asks that you make an appointment, but here's the great news. All materials are wholesale, whether it be granite, quartz, yes, quartz, marble, whatever stone you want or flat surface, he can do for you at wholesale. Then he tears out halls way free. He does your bathroom free. And then that's when you do the kitchen. And then all he charges for is that fabrication and installation, which means prices on the phone. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
The Daily Zeitgeist Podcast, your twice daily download of everything important and less than important happening right now.
I'm Jack. That's Miles. This is what's trending. You know, having like Japanese food and like kids have like.
Do you think they were flying boats?
These fellas would have killed for Japanese.
$2,000. We'll get you all from a legal standpoint.
The Daily Zeitgeist Podcast, dumpster diving below the surface of American culture. So
hey man, those guys are good at fucking getting bugs. I mean, I don't know what to tell the Republicans. They're going to have to get fucking better.
In this crazy times that we're all living in right now, there's
you know what I mean?
At Fitness Gallery, we offer the nation's lowest prices on the world's finest fitness equipment, like true treadmills.
Yeah, they're always. We need physical diversity. We really do. Mark, what kind of watch is that? Samsung. Is it pretty cool? Yeah, it works good, man. It tracks everything for me. You can do whatever you want.
Any type of workout you're trying to get in. Tells me that my home gym, so when I work out, I'm not hurting myself. And there's no better way to be consistent with your workouts.
What I don't like are these payments I make to her college, where they're all fucking goddamn over the internet now, and I'm still playing like there's a real professor and all this other shit. It's fucking bullshit. That I don't like. How's that? Where's she going? Metro.
Find one of our 5 Denver Metro locations, including our
still studying criminal stuff.
We can't stop time, but we can help you be more efficient and stay
on the track to loss.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans. And when
Does
I
she
got
want to be a
into the
lawyer?
mortgage business in 1996, I never.
Her grades are real good too, man. She should be able to finish up there somewhere. That would be great.
Right now, it's 2.625.
Oh, I need one.
With an APR of 2.701% by calling Ideal Home Loans 303.
That's why it makes sense to pay for it.
Imagine refinancing your home and never having to worry about it again. That's how.
But it's fucking bullshit paying the exact same amount with all that shit taken away. It's absolutely fucking stupid.
And save yourself 6 figures in payments and interest. Don't miss out on the lowest rate.
I wanted to send her up to Schenectady.
Digital technology
She didn't want to go.
Which one? Home and safe.
I think we looked at 2 or 3 up there. I haven't heard them all, bro.
That's 867
I need Susan Ryan to
online at Ideal.
light a fucking fire on that. Well, the other one, I still haven't got the referral list back on that one we talked about the other day. Did you get your endorsement back?
No. Belly pain, straining and bloating.
God almighty. I mean, it's like fucking
You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS. Complete bowel movements. Than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor today. You may be able to save on Linzess and make fewer trips to the pharmacy. See if you're eligible to pay as little as $30 for 90 days.
From now on,
Visit
I don't think I'm starting
or
a
call
course anymore like this.
1-800-LINZESS.
What do you mean?
Sponsored by Abbey and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
It's just pain. I don't mind doing it.
I'm Peter Harris for Granberry Cereal.
On trust? I mean, before we get all the paperwork,
Then pick up a
you don't mind
box
doing that?
of the healthy.
No, I think that's insane to do it that way. That's what I'm talking about. If we didn't have the paperwork, for example, the one we're having an issue with, shit, I'd have nothing to go after. And that's 25, 30 fucking grand at this point.
We care
You know what I'm talking about?
That's why we start with low.
Not only that, we're not telling them they can't use it afterwards. I mean, we're not, it's fucking a wide open bullshit.
All right, John, you're back on about 20 seconds.
Diabetes and pre-diabetes. We didn't have to sacrifice flavor to do it. So buy Granberry cereal with amazing onyx sorghum and start curbing
God,
the
it
sugar
drives
craving.
me insane.
Available in multi-grain flakes, honey nut toasted oats, and delicious cinnamon frosted shredded wheat.
Did Griff go back, by the way?
Back. All right, guys,
way early. So they're way open again. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
So with the Big O tires, Jasmine, here's what I want to tell you. And this is like not me. This is the law. This is, you're going to find this out. Jasmine, if you have something ruined by someone and they're 100% responsible, they have to give you back what they ruined.
Use the apple.
Use the apple example. Okay, Jasmine, you're eating an apple. You ate half of it. I come up and knock it out of your hand, and it goes into the mud, and it's ruined. Now, they don't sell half apples, but I owe you half an apple. Oddly enough, and as crazy as it sounds, if I replace it with a full apple, you have to pay for the half you already ate. Does that make sense? Do I have the wrong lineup? No, I have her. Are you here? Jasmine?
I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear what I said about the apple analogy?
I did. That makes sense.
Now, that means then we'll talk to Jeff. Jeff, if we had to give an estimate of a Chevy Cruze transmission, 120,000 miles, could we say that transmission saw 75% of its life? Now, by the way, for those listening, there are always exceptions, okay? But the law doesn't look at the exceptions like people who put 600,000 miles on something and baby it. In general, a Chevy Cruze transmission at 120,000, would it be at its half-life? Would it be a quarter, 90%? What do you think, Jeff?
You know, between 3/4 to full in all actuality. We see quite often we see these things between 80 to 125. So she's right there inside that spectrum. Now, the other question I have is she mentioned a sensor earlier. What was that part about?
What was that about?
They didn't say. They just replaced the sensor. They didn't explain anything about it.
Okay. But you said that you felt a bang and it downshifted and you couldn't go very fast. These things had other common failures inside them. Do we know for certain that it was a low fluid condition that caused the failure on this?
When they transferred it to the transmission shop, that's what the transmission shop had said.
The transmission shop said it was from a low fluid condition. Okay. So, I mean, as long as they're going to step up to the plate and they contribute with you, you know, I mean, even if a good PR, you know, I'd fight for, hey, you know, let's just go 50-50 on it, and I think you're in a good place.
If they would do 50-50, but I don't think they would do 50-50. I mean, with 120,000 miles, they could argue, look, you're not going to get much more life. I think if they fix that one, she could argue there. I want that one fixed, not a new one, and then make them pay for the whole thing if it's reasonable.
Well, they might just say, back in the day, I would have said, hey, I'll find you a used transmission with 120,000 miles.
That you're right.
Their prerogative.
Yeah,
they can do that.
That would be the way. Or if they fix it, maybe you chip in half. But if they replace it with new, man.
Jeff, on that vehicle, is there any kind of warning with low transmission fluid? Like on my bus, it'll tell me the overheating. It'll tell me everything with the transmission. But I don't think my cars tell me anything.
No, it won't tell you anything. And the hard part about, you know, if going to get a used one on that, the transmission control module, what's called the TECM, is actually inside the transmission. And a lot of places will not reprogram a used TECM. So that could cause an issue right there. You may not be able to get somebody to put a used one in it.
All right. So bottom line now is we got to negotiate. But I think if truly you can prove you went there, and you said, I have a seal leaking, and they ignored it.
Well, even if not, well, who knows? But here, let's put Marty on it. Let's have Marty call up Big L.
All right, Deputy Marty will get back for a follow-up and run this by him. That would be good, because he has some more follow-ups as well. I'm Tom Martino. We have a lot more to talk about on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around for more. 303-713-TALK. We'll get through all of these calls. Our goal is to help.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work.
You know it's a hassle. From the. All right, I'm gonna try to run downstairs and get this access to your second man.
You the man.
It's a stressful
way
to buy and sell a home.
No, we got to bring them up occasionally, by the way. I'm sending you an outbound right away.
Okay, well, my lines are full. I got stuff going on, so this is something that has to come on right away? Okay, I was already going to put Ken on that big old one. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, and so Ken is going to call and negotiate, or see if they're willing to do anything?
Deputy, I want Deputy Smarty Pants to, first of all, find out. Do they admit missing this phone?
I'm going to ask Doc. I already asked Doc to listen in.
That would be better. Doc. Have Doc call and say, look, did you guys miss the seal? She said she took it to you specifically for the seal in July, and you ignored it. So if so, don't you feel some responsibility? Then let's negotiate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think I want to know. To pay 3/4. I want to know if they even acknowledge.
Okay.
After the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
No, what?
I'm Jim Up. In Washington, tens of thousands of Trump supporters turning out for a rally. The president is calling on his vice president and members of Congress to join him in objecting the results in disputed states. Congress convenes this afternoon to certify the election. ABC's Kenneth Moulton has more.
These Stop the Steal rallies this November, but this one here on the National Mall, this is expected to be one of the biggest because it coincides with Congress certifying the November election results.
Results from Georgia's runoff celebrations are still being
just never ending.
Democrat Raphael Warnock.
You think every fucking election is going to start ending up like this? I mean, I realize Trump is really hated, but I think it might get to the point where every time we're going through this kind of contention, I mean, this is bad for our democracy. So it's actually better to be black like this. It does. It's remarkable. What's really weird is if you look at this video, it looks like the lights are on. I fucking, that's because it's a sensor on the camera. You don't care if the lights are down, do you? I like them all. I was doing KOA, man. It was a fucking cave in there. Yeah, there was no light.
sometimes it's just not necessary. Sometimes you just have to get your emotions in check and kind of deal with it.
Now the Department of Transportation agrees and is allowing the airlines to ban animals other than formally trained.
I wonder why they don't have, why not have an overheating light for transmissions on every vehicle? Or just tie it in with the check engine light. I wonder why they don't do that.
Good idea. Good point. I don't know, Mark. That's a good point.
They do on a lot of things.
That's because
How about on an air? Well, you don't have a transmission, do you?
No.
And a 1 second difference.
No, you have the variable pitch prop. That's the closest thing you come to a transmission.
When the planet was spinning slower. Jim Oppola, ABC.
You mean when it turns?
Newsmax TV.
That's kind of through the transmission. Well, I guess so. I see what you're saying. It's moving.
What you do is you set it. The thicker it is, the slower it's going to be, more fight. But yeah, there's no transmission.
Really, it's just like a propeller on a boat engine, right? You can buy different pitches for different
except on some planes it's fixed pitch, like the little planes. You either have a pitch for climb or for cruise or a little bit of both. Because I have my air crew pitch for cruise, which is stupid.
So my neighbor bought a, you know what a true wave boat is? They're fucking incredible.
Those little ones?
No, it's big as, it's fucking $250,000.
Oh no.
So this fucker, I did not realize he did this. So
it rides.
It sits down in the water like this. It literally creates waves. So you have someone behind the boat, not connected by a rope. Someone surfing behind the boat, just like a wave created by the boat. And then on their watch, whoever's surfing on a surfboard behind, on their watch, they can adjust the size of the waves and the pitch. $250,000 for these things. I had no idea that technology was there. The horsepower is ridiculous. Wait, what?
Dan for access to. Tell them my reset too. So tell them to try that.
And for the vaccine.
Health officials in Boulder County anticipate older Colorado residents will get their alerts next. Peyton Manning has a list of 15 finalists for the 2021 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Manning
asking what, Dano?
MVP trophies in 14 seasons with the Colts before coming to the Broncos and getting another Super Bowl win in 2016. Free safety John Lynch, who played 4 seasons with the Broncos, is also a finalist for the NFL Hall of Fame. Nuggets beat the Timberwolves last night in NBA action in Denver. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ZQuil Pure Z's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Denver area in great shape right now. Just a bit of delay on southbound 225 approaching I-25 Drive. Crash off highway being cleared at Santa Fe in Florida. Otherwise, you're looking good across town. Up in the high country, there are still chain and traction laws in place both directions of US 6 over Loveland Pass. Also, watch out for traction laws both directions of I-70 between Copper Mountain and Vail. Be careful in the mountain drive. The weather forecast. Going to be sunny today with a high near 48. Tonight, mostly clear overnight and a low 22. Tomorrow, partly sunny and a high near 50. Right now, a few clouds and 34. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
You have to be up in 5 hours, 2 hours, and you haven't slept. Vic ZQuil Pure Z's is a drug-free blend of botanicals with an optimal dose of melatonin that helps you fall asleep naturally and wake with no next-day grogginess. ZQuil Pure Z's, naturally superior sleep. You know where you were when the Golden State Killer was arrested. You're on the moderator on the Zodiac Killer subreddit.
You know, I asked Susan to send me over those. I want to see them.
The podcast that puts you at the center of the investigation. Solved is like no other murder mystery podcast. You'll track down killers hiding in plain sight.
You all right?
Yeah, it's just disturbing. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Not like this. To listen to Solved, download the free iHeartRadio app or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps,
By the way,
1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort
now
of
that
vein
Hiram's
disease,
leaving,
and that's
he's
a
not
lot more
kidding.
common
Are we still
than
paying him
the doctors at
commissions?
United Vein
No, of
Centers are
course not.
board-certified vein specialists who will
What are
make
you,
your back and
crazy?
knee
No, I
fast
didn't think
with
so. So that's coming
technology
to
and
their my
reduce those
endorsements. They're
downtime.
coming to
Go to
me.
United Vein.
Hey, can you,
more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEG.
Hey, Ed, can you tell if he's connected now on 2? He says it's red, everything looks good, but he can't hear anything. Can you tell if he's there?
He's not talking about it. He's tweeting about it.
Yeah, there's a site that I can go to. Let me try to see if I can.
And stay connected with all of Denver's...
It could be him at this point if you rebooted it.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. You guys back on in 10 seconds.
Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713.
Hey, let's talk. I am here to solve problems. I've been doing it for 40 years, the only show of its kind anywhere. Welcome to the show. I love you guys being here. I want you to spread around what you hear to keep people from making the same mistakes over and over. We talk about everything here, everyday life. What you need is what we talk about. So just give me a call if you need help. And Renew Home Innovations is someone who can help you in the bathroom, and you can trust RenewHomeInnovations.com. Renew Home Innovations. Now, what is Renew Home? Well, it's Nick Fawkes, and he does the showers and the bathrooms in a beautiful way, custom. It's unlike anything you've seen. We're not talking about liners or anything like that. We're talking about very beautiful American standard equipment. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to give them a call for special discounts if you're a senior, active military, or a veteran. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. They also have special financing, 303-904-2000. All right, Renew Home Innovations. You know, when it comes to home improvements, we're really serious about who we recommend, so I want to hear about all of your experiences. It's very important to me that the people we recommend do the job as we say they will do. I can't stress that enough. You don't get that on any other list. You don't. You just don't. We are standing behind, and we want to make sure and mediate and make, you know, we, thank goodness, don't have a lot of problems. Now, we had a woman who called, Jasmine, who says, I went to Big O. I had a seal leaking in my front axle. Now, normally, by the way, if you take a car in and they miss something, shops are not responsible to you. Normally, they're not. They're not responsible to you if they miss something and it causes a problem. I know you think they should be, but they're not. If you take a car and say it's not running right, what happens is they diagnose it, they do something. If what they did is something that was wrong, that's fine. If they miss something that caused other problems, they're not responsible. But in Jasmine's case, she said she specifically mentioned the right front axle seal. And they ignored it and put in a water pump. And as a result, she's having transmission trouble. The problem is she has 120,000 miles. So we're going to try to negotiate with Big O some kind of a settlement, because they should not buy her a brand new transmission or rebuild it, but they should pay for part of it. Now, you're wondering why? Because she already has 120,000 on this transmission. Now, Jasmine, I have another quick question. Something I did not ask. Why did you take it to the first shop to begin with to find out you had a leaked axle? Were you having symptoms? What was going on?
There was only leaking on the front tire.
Okay, gotcha. I got it. Okay, so she took it. They said, you got an axle leaking. Now, in that case, if you go to a shop and specifically tell them to look at something and they ignore it, I do think they have some responsibility. Now, if you're in the auto repair business, you may say, no way, no way. But we ought to figure that out. All right, now, let's talk to Clinton. Clinton, what is happening with you? Hello, Clinton.
Hello.
What's going on?
Okay, so I don't even know where to begin.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's talk about this now. You're calling with a general overall life situation, right? You're having problems?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, Clinton,
yeah.
how old are you, man? I'm going to help you through this. How old are you?
29.
29. Okay. Have you been fully employed up until 29?
Yeah.
What are your problems? Are you having money problems or health problems?
Well, a little bit of both. So when COVID hit, I was laid off from my job.
Okay. What were you doing?
So I was basically like a consumer support technician for a company that manufactured kiosks.
Okay. Got it.
So I laid off at that point.
Yeah.
Then I started doing Grubhub. to kind of make up for it.
Gotcha.
And, I'd already been doing it part-time, and I was like, well, I can contribute. Well, I was sitting at a red light, and some guy drove his car into the back of my car, did like close to $11,000 worth of damage to my car, and caused some major injury in my neck and my spine.
Now, Clint, a few questions. Clint, this is important. This is serious. First, did you get any unemployment or any help from the government because of the COVID layoff?
No. So the timing of the accident prevented it, because when you fill out the application, it says, "Are you able-bodied and ready to work?" And if you say no, your application.
Okay. Now, did you get an attorney for this accident?
Yes.
Who?
Oh gosh.
Okay.
Previlo and Fields. They're out of Colorado Springs.
Okay. And are they helping you with damages?
Yeah, they're working on it. See, it's really, really bad during COVID, because for the first couple of weeks after the accident, it was during the shutdown, and they had all those places shut down.
Right.
So I kind of sat there and was laid out for a couple of weeks before I could even start therapy.
No, I get it, Clinton. You got injured at the worst possible time, and I can see how this all stacked up. So I need to ask a few questions. Do you rent?
Yeah. Yeah, I rent.
Are you behind now?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How much?
Definitely behind.
How much?
Roughly around $8,000.
When did you stop paying rent?
Well, I've been trying to keep up with it. They have the state program.
I understand, but when did you stop actually paying? Did you pay rent?
No, I paid some throughout because I tried to push myself and continue working. So I paid some throughout, but my rent,
Did you pay some? Okay. Did you pay some in December?
No.
Did you pay some in November?
No, it was.
That's what I'm getting at. When did you stop paying rent?
So I have some cognitive issues from the accident, so it's really hard for me to.
Okay. Now, Clinton, when did you stop paying rent? When was the accident?
So the accident was in March, way beginning of this thing. I've been paying some as I go along, and when it gets to the point where
why is your landlord is the only reason you're not evicted because of this stay?
I would assume so, and here's where the issue comes from, is that my lease ends on the 15th, and the stay of evictions doesn't cover anybody whose lease is ending.
Yes, it doesn't. You're right. However, listen, Clinton.
Yeah.
I hate saying this because I feel sorry for landlords too, but I'm going to talk to you now because you're calling me, and that is this. If you hold over after the lease is up, because you can't find another place because of COVID, that would force the landlord to do an eviction. And he would not be able to do an eviction based on that. He can do an eviction based on the end of a lease.
Yeah.
But that's not what you're going to be doing. You're going to be doing, I can't leave because I can't find a place because I was laid off because of COVID. And because of that, he can't evict you. However, that's while the stay is in place. I don't know if the stay is going to be renewed, but here's something else that is terrible. You're not necessarily incapacitated because of COVID. You couldn't work if you had to right now. Could you, or could you?
No, I could. The issue being is work's kind of scarce.
Okay. So Clinton, this is going to be dicey. And I don't think there's a way for you to make up rent. Is there another place you can move?
So I do have I'm working with a local organization to try to get the rent caught up. It's been difficult because my statements from the accounts that I have got caught up in a bunch of red tape. But
Clinton, are you working at all right now? Are you working at all?
Yeah. Yes, I'm doing DoorDash when I can, when it permits, but that's another issue.
All right, what can we do for you today? Why did you call today? We know about your situation. What can we do for you?
It's a blanket thing. So my work is dependent on my car, and my car is now in repo status. So every time I go out, I risk losing my vehicle which is my only source.
What year is? Tell me about your car. What year, make and model?
It was a 2015 Ford Focus ST.
And you own it? You owe how much on it?
So I bought it for $45,000, and I only owe $15K on it.
You mean 45? You don't mean 45,000. You mean 4,500?
No, 45,000.
What kind of car was it? A Ford Focus?
It's a Ford Focus ST.
No.
Yep.
You can't spend 45 grand on a Ford Focus.
That's what I did.
No, seriously. Did you do that with insurance? Did you have insurance money?
No. So the 45K, like I've been working in IT for quite some time, and it's lucrative.
I need to know something. This 45K, this does not make sense. You don't pay $45,000 for a Ford Focus.
They range between 16 and 24.
No. Did you have just help me out. Don't do a lot of talking.
So this is the performance package Focus.
It does. My God in heaven, I've never heard of a $45,000 Ford Focus.
Google that thing.
All right.
Ford Focus ST.
All right, listen, man. Yep. You understand that is foolhardy to try to keep that car. Do you owe more than it's worth?
I haven't done the blue book on it as of late, but
listen, I want to get Gigi Wink on. Hold on, I just want to see if a bankruptcy can help you. Hold on, you're really in serious trouble, man. You are. He was making good money. I understand that. Now he's not. We'll come back to him and more. This is serious. You got to listen to us. Let's try to get someone on for him.
If you want to get your business on the radio and you don't need help from a professional, you really need to check out iHeartAdBuilder.com. Not only is it extremely affordable, online, customizable, and heard by 9 out of 10 Americans every month, it's just so easy.
I'm looking everywhere. There's nothing over 25,000.
Even make your own radio app all from your smartphone.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Click, listen, up.
10 seconds and Integra Insurance. Here you go. It is short.
At iHeartAdBuilder.com. That's iHeartAdBuilder.com.
Health insurance right now is mandatory. Health insurance right now is necessary. And health insurance right now is actually lower than it has been. We got some good news about health insurance. What you need to do is get help getting health insurance during open enrollment. There's only a few more days left. Call Integra Insurance. You've got to call these people to get help. Integra Insurance, they make insurance shopping easy. They make it simple. They make it smart. Please call Integra Insurance. You never pay extra using them. Not a dime extra. You don't save money going direct. Use their 25 years of experience. Whether it's on the exchange or off the exchange, they'll go through the myriad of plans and help you pick the best one for you, include care. 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Space heating is responsible for nearly 45% of residential energy bills. Reduce your heating use while you're at home by turning down your thermostat between 5 and 8 degrees. You'll save money and energy while doing some recharging of your...
All right, Mark, here you go. About 10 seconds till 888 heat.
You by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
All right, listen, if anybody out there tells you you need a new furnace or air conditioner, I want you to check out 888 Heating. They have choices. I love this. If someone says, hey, we can't repair that, there's a good chance the guys at 888 Heating can. And if you really, truly do need a new system, you know what I love? They do good, better, best. They have economic furnaces all the way up to some of the top-of-the-line stuff. You got to check them out. It's real simple. Go to 888heating.com, 888heating.com.
So like a roller coaster. And how to protect your home? You want to become mortgage safe. Take AIM, affordable interest mortgage. With home values still at their highest level ever.
That particular model I found, it did come in at 40 grand brand new.
Send me a link to it. I couldn't find it.
So, but honestly, when I put it, it only came up in pounds, so I had to convert. I said, what is a brand new Ford Focus ST cost? And it came up 29,000 pounds, so I did converted 29,000 pounds to dollars, and it came out to 40 grand.
Crazy.
So, but he only owes like $5 grand on it, just so you guys know.
720-895-0500. We are locally owned and operated since 2001. Our reputation of putting you first with straight answers and listening are unmatched in Colorado. Let us help you protect your home. Take AIM, 720-895-0500, where it's all about you.
Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans. Talk about how you can help home buyers.
Our Ideal Home Purchase Plan that is an all-encompassing roadmap to buying your next home. Our 3-week closing guarantee where we underwrite and approve your loan up front. Our home buyer scouting report where you search your next
Did
home.
he say RS or ST?
You close quickly without overpaying.
IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Equal Opportunity Lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Right now, Allstate has almost as many ways to save as there are types of music. Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent to get a quote. Find out how much you can save today. Allstate. Now that should be music to your ears.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. Drive-bys is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate by Casualty Insurance.
We're not. Are we making commissions anymore? He doesn't care.
You need someone. He's still. If you are, we got to talk about that actually.
Yeah, because I'm stuck with all that.
Navigate complex
I just wanted to know.
issues for 30
We got to
years.
talk about.
Visit us at CordellCordell.com to learn more. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment.
Because I end up doing all those collections.
Area attorneys.
I don't know what he does, to be quite honest.
8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 475, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111. When was the last time you asked?
Yeah, she just said no, it's not. It's not that much.
For you. Tune in to the New Age of Earning this Sunday at 8 a.m. Bank Tuesday.
Pardon me, Tommy. I have that roofing call I was telling you about, and the expert on 2 and 3 for you.
What did you see at 40K?
I went back. No, it's I amped you.
Yeah, I see that, but what was the one at 40?
I'll show that to you.
Dave's showing a RS that might be that much, but wouldn't you think this guy knows what he's got?
No. Back on about 30 guys.
Inner Thermometer Weather Center.
We'll have a day featuring pretty normal weather for this time of year. A high of 45 with mostly sunny skies. A tracking chance for some light snow on Saturday. I'm Fox 31, Midpoint Weather meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by ZQL Pure Z's.
You have to be up in 5 hours, 2 hours, and you haven't slept. Vic ZQL Pure Z's is...
All right, back on about 7 seconds.
There's an RS that's $40 grand, but he's not saying RS. And if you ask him, hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK.
8255, okay.
713-8.
This car, man, this is crazy. I'm going to go to another problem, but we're going to work on this car thing, and I'm going to talk to him back again. Clint, one thing real quick. Is it an RS or an ST? Because we're looking everywhere. We even talk to our dealers. They say an RS can run that, but they don't know about an ST. Are you sure it's an RS?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they handed it to me, pretty hard over there. They weren't merciful at all.
Was it an ST? You said an ST.
But why do we even care?
No, here's why. Because I need to know what to do with this guy. This car may not be worth keeping. This car may not. I mean, we need to know what to do. He might be able to write it down in a Chapter 13.
What year is it?
It's 2015.
All right. When we take a look at people, we try to help them all the way around. What specifically did you call about? What were you hoping? Now, I always like to find out what your expectations were first. What were you hoping?
Well, I'm at the end of my rope, basically. So had a pretty lucrative job before this whole thing started. Then got in an accident, then got sepsis and almost died. Like, I've been out of work pretty much consistently through COVID, and whereas other people may have had the liberty of unemployment, I did not. All my bills are just out of control in collections. I'm going to need a bankruptcy. That's hands down a fact. I will need to do a bankruptcy, and that's something.
Okay, you absolutely have to, and we have to help you do it. We have to help you, get the right information.
Finding some work and maybe some sort of housing. I don't even know with this lease thing. It's kind of hard to figure out what angle we're going to play on that. So it's really roundabouts everything. I'm still in physical therapy. I had sepsis like a month and a half ago. It almost killed me. They think it was like related to COVID. The whole thing has just been a mess, a nightmare. And
why couldn't you get unemployment?
He has to be.
I think I was at the position too short of a time. They weren't taking into account.
Yeah, but if you worked somewhere, if you worked before there and were paying into the system, it wouldn't matter. They go back and back and back.
Yeah, they went back like approximately a year. I was working some, but when they totaled up the amount.
No. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Where did you work before that place?
For a few different places, Webroot.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's either contract work or like I said, there's a lot of trouble back home with my family.
Let's start first things first, okay? Let's try to get you. Let's try to get you fixed up with an attorney. Hold on, just hold on. Joy, I noticed you've been waiting a while. Joy, go ahead. What's going on with you?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Joy. By the way, our number is 303-713-TALK, speaking of calling. So what's happening with your deposit?
Well, I want to tell you the date that this happened. It might be too late. I moved out on July 31st of 2019.
Oh, 2019. Okay.
Yes. I gave the woman a deposit. I lived there for 2 months. It was a horrible situation.
Now, hold on. What kind of deposit?
A deposit that I would
How
give
much?
them.
How much?
It was $600. It
Okay.
was the rent for the room.
Now, you say you moved out. Were you on an agreement?
I gave her a notice on July 5th.
But what I want to know is, you moved in. You said July 19th. I mean, July of 2019. You moved out the same month?
I moved out July 31st. I moved in on May 1st.
Oh, of
2019.
Got it. Okay. Now listen. So from May to July, what I need to know, did you break an agreement by leaving, or was it month to month? How did that work?
It was month to month.
Okay.
Did you have a lease? A written lease, since you were renting a room from a private individual?
No, she said she trusted me. And of course, this was my first time of doing this, and I trusted her. I do have a money order that I gave her the money for the deposit.
Okay, but so you left and you did not break any agreements, and you want to know why you did not get back the $600.
Correct. She just refused to give it back.
Did she ever give you an explanation, writing, saying you're not going to get it back?
She just let me know that when I questioned her about it 30 days later, because that's when you're supposed to get the money.
Right.
She let me know that she didn't have the money. She used it towards her rent.
Joy, did you answer Suzanne? Do you have anything in writing at all?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you even have any proof you stayed there at all? Can she just deny she ever even rented to you?
There was another roommate there.
Do you have a receipt? Do you have a receipt for the deposit?
Yes, I do.
And it says deposit, or does it say first month's rent?
Or nothing.
What does it say? Because you mentioned it was rent. Was it rent, or was it a deposit? Was it actually extra money?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you have a receipt that says deposit?
I believe it does say deposit. I'd have to pull it out of my wallet.
Then here's what you need to do. 19, 20, 21.
Getting close.
You're coming up on 3 years. Before July of 2021, I believe you're going to call this a breach of contract. But here's what you have to do. Before you do that, now, I think it's 3 years. I think you have it. You need to take him to small claims court for triple the amount, for $1,800, based on the fact that they kept your deposit and did not return it. But Joy, that's the only hope you have.
I understand that. It's just that it's going to cost me money for small claims.
$50 about
$55.
$55.
You know, here's what sucks. We tell people this all the time. You know how many people actually follow through? Like next to none.
But if they did, you'd actually get that money, Joy.
Almost every time we tell people, the one I kind of held their hand and forced them to sue Red Robin because they chipped their tooth, she got paid in full. You'll get your money. You put $55 out, and you can get 600 times 3, $1,800, Joy. You just got to do it.
You have to do it.
Okay.
If you want some help, listen, give Suzanne your email. She'll give you my email. Email me, and I will send you the forms, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them for you.
Now,
I'm not an attorney, but I can give you
No, he's going to talk about logistics. He can give you logistical advice on how and where to go. So you really need Joy. You are in the driver's seat right now. If you rented that place and you have nothing, and she never gave you that deposit back, you can get $1,800 or at least a judgment for that. And guess what? If she doesn't have the money, you can put a lien on where she lives.
Try to get a text from her saying
I
she
promise
took the
you
deposit.
this. We will walk you through step by step if you follow our direction.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now.
All right, Art of Granite first, then Paragon Services. Do you want to give Mark both of these?
No, I'll do it. I'll do Art of Granite. He always says Paragon anyway. That's your endorsement, right? Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to do
from the Bent Sports Traffic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'll be first Art of Granite, then there'll be a spot between that and Paragon.
In town, northbound I-25 at 6th Avenue. It looks like the right lane and shoulder are blocked. Backups to Santa Fe, so just watch out for that. Give yourself at least 20 extra minutes drive time in that stretch. Southbound 225, a little slow, approaching I-25 on the south end. Otherwise, you're looking pretty good in the drive across the city at this time. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny today with a high near 48. Tonight, it's going to be clear overnight, a low 22. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 50. Right now, a few clouds above in Denver, and we're sitting at 38. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
You have to be up in 5 hours, 2 hours, and you haven't slept.
All right, there you go. 10 seconds till Art of Granite short.
The Botanicals with an optimal dose of melatonin that helps you fall asleep naturally and wake with no next day grogginess. ZQuil Pure Z's, naturally superior sleep.
The Art of Granite. That's where you go for countertops, and not just granite. He's doing a lot of quartz, and he'll do whatever solid surface or stone you want. He's a direct stone importer. He serves, by the way, the mountain communities. The Front Range opens 6 days a week. You can make an appointment to see the beautiful golden showroom. He also does some cabinets. Now, everything's wholesale as far as the countertops. He tears out and hauls away free the old crap. He does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. And here's the deal. You can get a price on the phone from theartofgranite.com, artofgranite.com, and that's Mitch Floria, theartofgranite.com, the number 303-386-5919.
All right, Mark, Paragon Services coming up in 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm sitting here, Tom, I'm sitting here looking for the stupid microphone on my Lucy Light to trigger the microphone. Oh, that is fun. That's crap. That's that brain fog.
All right, here you go, Paragon Services, about 5 seconds. It is short.
Hospital Colorado, Kingston First, Signal, and PDVR on Channel 2.
All right, I've told you the story numerous times how Matt at Paragon Services, when my insurance company said I didn't have any hail damage, he got me $65,000. Listen to this one. A public adjuster got this lady over $70,000 when her insurance company only wanted to pay out $800 for a leaky skylight. If you have any problems with your insurance company, you have to call Matt at Paragon. This guy will step in and get you all the money you deserve. 719-726-0020. Please don't forget, these insurance companies will rip your face off if you let them. 719-726-0020.
Lied to by Washington politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine. Hi, I'm Inc. Magazine best-selling author Brett Kitchen, and if you're over 55 with an IRA or 401k, I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Wealth Beyond Wall Street, because according to Time Magazine, Wall Street's 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After losing 35% in my IRA in the crash years ago, I said enough, and since then I discovered a way to grow money potential double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Wealth Beyond Wall Street now to get your free book and talk to a specialist to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose in the market crashes. Call 800-493-1717 to discover this asset that people like Walt Disney and JCPenney use to grow wealthy. Plus, when you call right now, you get free shipping and handling, no credit card required. And I'll send you a free copy of the audiobook so you can listen in your car. Call 800-493-1717. 800-493-1717. That's 1-800-493-1717.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise showings. What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to Orchard.com. Their Move First service helps you buy, then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is list ready. Joe, a recent Orchard client, said, "With Orchard, we got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old ones. Highly recommend." Cabot, another client, said, "We didn't have to carry 2 mortgages, didn't have to rush to move, and most importantly, we beat out 7 other offers for our new home." Go to Orchard.com now, enter your address, and get started with a free valuation. It's that easy. That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
Your timeshare sits empty. Travel restrictions and quarantine is the new normal. Over and over you have heard, we are all in this together. Meanwhile, your timeshare sits empty and useless. Month after month, your timeshare company demands your maintenance, mortgage, and assessment fees, amounting to thousands of dollars per year out of your pocket for nothing. Start the freedom process. Let Timeshare Freedom Group free you from your overpriced, unavailable timeshare.
Martins would really be nice.
Now it's your turn. The leaders in the industry, Timeshare Freedom Group, has decades of experience canceling timeshares worldwide, legally and permanently. We're so good at it, we even offer a 100% money-back guarantee. You can keep wasting your money or dump your timeshare in 2020. Start the freedom process. Call Timeshare Freedom Group now because you have better things to do with your money. 855-48-CANCEL. That's 855.
Suzanne, I want you to schedule Silverleaf Mortgage whenever you can. They're not on the list, but we really need to get them on.
30 seconds.
Oh, are you sure they're not up?
Government conspiracies.
No, they're up.
No, you said they're not on the list.
No, on the interview list.
Oh, I was going to say, I know I have them on.
No, you did.
On your vehicle. Would you remove it, or would you just leave it there?
No, you put it on another.
Now, should we use it? Do you want me to use the data of the building Say it again. Can I use it after that, or you don't want to use it until you can do it?
Oh, yeah. I'm teaching Dan how to do it today.
I agree.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, we got a lot happening here. Now, did we get Wink and Wink on for him? I want to get them on. Or are they not available?
I have a message into them.
Okay,
I haven't heard back.
Winkandwink.com. Clinton, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut you loose and get back to you. I promise you, we're not going to let this fall through the cracks. We're going to come up with a plan to help you through this rough time. And I think at Chapter 13 might be it. You might be able to write down that car loan and get rid of unsecured debt. We got to figure out about a place to live. But right where you are now, they can't let you go.
I don't think you can write down a car loan, can you?
I think you can in a 13. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, Mark.
I know you can your house if it's overextended on a second, but
maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think so on a car.
I thought, well, in any case, you can do the arrearage and no penalties and all of that. So just hang on, and we're going to advise you and recommend winkandwink.com. They're really good people, but you don't contact them yet. We want to make an introduction here and explain the circumstances. All right, man? All right, so hang on. Suzanne will make sure we have your information. And Wink and Wink are 303-410-1720. All right, let's go back and to talk about this deposit. Dan has a comment, I believe, or a question. Joy said she rented a room, put down a $600 deposit, left, never got the deposit back, never got an itemized reason for keeping it or anything. And therefore, I said she could sue for treble damages or triple the amount. Dan. I'm sorry, Dan. Hold on. There you go, bro. Go ahead, sir. Dan, I got you, bro. Yeah.
Okay, well, I was just curious if there's a thing like discovery in small claims court where she could go back and look at that landlord's bank account to see if the movement of any money.
I do believe that you can get discovery in small claims, but I think, Mark, when you go to small claims court, have you ever demanded documents or asked for documents?
Can't. There's no discovery.
Well, okay, not like in the conventional sense, but if
there's no discovery.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. If you go to court, obviously, if they don't have the contract and you ask for it, that's going to be a count against them. I mean, there's no discovery, but you can ask for evidence.
Absolutely. The judge is going to want to see evidence that X owes you money. There's no doubt about that.
But before you show up, there is no mechanism for demanding documents.
No. Or else, honestly, it wouldn't be small claims then, because most people wouldn't know that. It doesn't make any sense.
It can get very complicated, Dan.
Yeah, then the ones that understand it are the ones that would always win.
Now, what were you alluding to, by the way?
Well, I just thought that maybe she could see some sort of history of money that this person put it in their bank account, and if she was paying on a monthly basis, you'd see a history of that. And,
yeah, but they could say that's last month's rent, a pet deposit, just to move in, a fee for filling out an application. They could say it's for anything.
Right. That's right. They can. Yeah. The burden of proof is on that tenant to show that they paid it.
She needs to get a text saying back and forth going, yeah, I just don't have your money for your deposit right now.
But here's what but initially, you have to prove you paid the deposit. That's all you have to prove. The landlord would have to prove she refunded it. The tenant does not have to prove that part of it, just that she just alleges she didn't get it. So the burden of proof goes back and forth. All right, Dan Elliott, welcome. What's going on? Oh, you are the owner of Assured Roofing, and we have you on because you had some observations. Now, how were you involved in this case with Tom, Dan? How were you involved? Were you the roofer that ultimately did the job for him?
Yeah. We were the ones that actually did the job.
I want to explain this situation. Tom contacted us, help@troubleshooter.com. Now, Tom, about 4 years ago, right? You had hail damage. Is that right, Tom? Oh, I didn't bring him up. Here he is. There you are, Tom. You must think I'm going crazy. Tom. Okay, so about 4 years ago, you had hail damage?
Yes, I did. 2016, right after the big hailstorm.
Now, you had a company come out and give you a bid?
Yes, Guaranteed Home and Restoration Company came out. I called them up, and they came out and did an estimate on my roof, and we walked around, did the little, whatever they had to do there on the roof.
I'm going to say something. A lot of these companies that come out for a so-called estimate, or when they knock on your door, and they say, oh, by the way, a free inspection, just sign here, and they get a signature. What they're doing, a lot of these companies trick you into contracts, but you never had them do the work. After they gave you an estimate, how did you get a hold of Assured Roofing?
Well, my daughter's in real estate, and she uses Dan all the time because he's honest, and so I gave him a call, and he came out, took a look at it, and I decided to go with Dan.
Okay, so Dan did the roof. And then this is like 4 years later, you're getting a bill. For what? From Guaranteed Home and Restoration?
Yeah, I'm getting a bill. It came. The first bill I got was in November, and it was for $9,000. And I said, who's this company? I don't even know what this is all about. So I called him up, and he says, well, you signed a contract in 2016, and I said, I haven't heard anything from you in 4 years. What are you talking about? I mean, I don't even know what's going on. And so he says, no, what we're charging you is a 2% interest.
That's what I thought. They're charging you a cancellation fee. Dan, is that what you think?
Yeah. I mean, it happens. In the past, I have had customers that we have signed up, and and then they call us back and say, you know what, I just found out my son-in-law is working for a roofing company, and we'd like them to do it. And I hate to lose a job, but you just gotta say, well, go ahead.
Now, here's the deal. It's not fair, but I believe new state laws, and I think Jay Brett's from Excel Roofing, he had told me about this, and tell me if this is your recollection, Dan. Right now, you have to use a certain form of contract, not a certain contract, but you have to include a bunch of information. You have to give the person a 3-day right to rescind from the time they sign it at their home. And isn't it, I'm not sure on this point, Didn't the state make it illegal to charge a penalty? I don't know, actually. I'm unclear on it. I'm unclear on it. But some of these companies, Dan, again, they knock on doors. They say they're going to do a free inspection or they're going to do an estimate, and they trick you into a contract. That's what sucks.
Correct.
And
yeah, we see that a lot, yeah.
But at least you did a great job for Tom, and he's happy with you. And your business has been sorely affected, not just by COVID, but there's not been any weather.
Correct. It's been a very slow year, undue to COVID, but
wow.
It's been a slow year.
So is everyone hoping for some kind of a hail season? That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably guess so. I actually, personally, my company, we've been in business 26 years. I wouldn't mind a few years of not having hail to where it would thin out some of the companies.
Yeah, thin out the storm chasers. That's right. All right, so Dan, thank you from Assured Roofing. Now, listen, here's what we're going to do. Hold on, Tom. We're going to have someone contact this company, but first I want to find out where the law stands on this. Hey, you know what we should do, Sue? See if Jay's around. I think he knows about the laws on that, and we'll examine that coming back.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ZQL Pure Z's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City in fantastic shape right now. No new stalls or accidents being reported on or off the highway across town. Earlier crash downtown, northbound I-25 at 6th Avenue has been cleared. All lanes are back open. Southbound 225 a little heavy there on the approach to I-25. Otherwise, you're looking good in the metro area. Up in the high country, watch out for winter driving conditions. Changing traction laws still in place on US 6 over Levelland Pass in both directions. And both directions of I-70, watch out for traction laws between Vail and Copper Mountain. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny today with a high near 48. Right now, a few clouds and 38. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
You have to...
10 seconds, get found fast. Here you go.
You haven't slept. Vic ZQL Pure Z's is a drug-free blend of botanicals with an optimal dose of melatonin that helps you fall asleep naturally and wake with no next-day grogginess. ZQL Pure Z's, naturally superior sleep.
Having a website is not enough. Even if you think it's doing okay, you don't really know unless you have it analyzed. Now, I can have a way to get you analyzed free from this company, getfoundfast.com. Why are they doing it? Because they're going to give you some suggestions, and they hope you're impressed with those suggestions. They're going to help you. And then if you hire them on an ongoing basis, that's up to you, but there's no obligation. I urge you to call getfoundfast.com. Go to that website, find out more to contact them, and get a free analysis, getfoundfast.com.
2020 is over. We can all breathe a huge sigh of relief for that. And we can look forward to 2021 because the puzzle game Best Fiends is now better than ever with exciting new levels, challenging new puzzles, and the cutest new characters. No wonder it has over 100 million downloads. Celebrate the new year by playing over 5,000 levels of the best puzzle game out there. Download Best Fiends for free from the App Store or Google Play. That's friends without the R. Best Fiends. Play Best Fiends. Download free.
Don't let chronic pain be your new normal. Hi, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino for Colorado Pain Care.
Individual treatment plans, comprehensive, with safe use of medication, physical therapy, custom exercise, acupuncture, counseling, nerve blocks for nerve and spinal cord stimulation, even stem cells and PRP. Founded by local doctors, recognized by all major insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and workers' comp. Get your life back. 303.pain or ColoradoPainCare.com.
Your business is getting back to business, but things are a little different than 6 months ago. What does that mean for your customers? And when things are constantly changing, how do you know you're making the right decisions? What you need is Research Raccoon. Research Raccoon is the easy way to learn about your customers, and it's affordable for businesses of all sizes. Here's how it works. Ask a question, and Research Raccoon polls a U.S.-based group of people to find out what they think. No having
Did he let that roofer come on and talk?
Yeah.
Then why does he want Jay Brett's too? I thought he was out to try to get him on the referral list.
Well, get his info, get him on, but he wanted Jay for a different reason, I think.
So he's done with the expert? Did the guy came on and gave his insight? Because I missed everything. I was on the phone.
Yeah, he came on and talked.
Data you can use for less
Yeah.
than you think. Visit ResearchRaccoon.com.
He came on and talked for a while. I don't remember everything he said. I was doing other shit, but yeah.
ResearchRaccoon.com. Your gut check for your big ideas. Now, an important note regarding COVID-19 tax relief. Many of us have suffered the effects of COVID-19 personally and financially. Many businesses will close permanently. Believe me, you're not alone if some of your bills have gone unpaid. And especially stressful are the IRS matters, many of them coming to a head after last year's delayed filings. But tax bills are not going away. That's why you need to contact my friends Ron and Jack Larson at LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON-TAX. The Larson brothers and their team of experts are specialists in emergency and long-term tax relief. Even if you're unsure of your tax status and problems, they can sort it out and help you with strategies. So you come out of this pandemic in the best possible tax position. Way better than you could do on your own. Call now, LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON-TAX. 844-LARSON-TAX. Or LarsonTaxRelief.com.
Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs? 1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The doctors at United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today. That's 1-800-NEW-LEGS. United Vein Centers, America's top vein care center.
Liberty. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Well, as the world's blandest man, the idea of insurance made for me is almost riveting.
Big fan of beige?
I find other neutrals too unpredictable.
That's cool. Liberty Mutual is just here to protect your home with customized insurance.
And here we've got my doorstop collection.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Carmen Startup found an angel investor.
I have not 25 seconds, guys.
The development team.
Hello, this is Carmen. That's exciting news. I guess we could launch early.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume.
Now it's cold in here.
10 seconds, guys. You're back in.
Other branded job sites combined, according to BDHR 2019. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Tom Martino, and we are at full speed ahead. Thank goodness. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so hold on now. We're working on Clint behind the scenes to help him. He's on bad times. Good. Thank you, Susan. Now, Tom, we're trying to get someone on about this penalty. First of all, if you sign a contract,
we have to see. Do you have you don't have a copy of the contract? That's going to be a problem. I would first of all ask for something you signed. I'd look at it, make sure everything is on there as required, because if they did not give you a 3-day right to rescind, it would void that contract, because that 3 days would start when they give it to you. And if they didn't do that, you can get out of it. Another thing is what's that, Mark?
You got to have at least some form of a price.
You do.
And you have to have, say per insurance.
And I believe you have to have details. So there are certain things they had to have done on that contract
You know,
I think because roofers are hurting right now, these guys are just making a last-ditch effort to collect.
There's not a lot of teeth in the rules, though. I mean, it's not like they go to jail or face anything. It's a very hard deal.
But if he tries to collect, this guy can use it as a defense. So, yes, Susan.
Oh, I forgot, Tom, that I actually have the contract here. I'm going to print it and show it to you. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Good stuff. We'll come back to you, okay? Ted, what's going on with you, sir?
Hey, Tom, we purchased a Kia Forte a couple of days ago. We drove it 500 miles, and the crank pulley fell off going down the road.
The crank pulley. The crank pulley.
That's bad.
Yes, sir.
In the engine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is a major, that's a major failure.
Yeah. So my ultimate question, we towed it over to Kia. Kia's working on it.
That's a great warranty to have.
Was it used or new?
No, it has less than 500 miles on it.
So it was new. That's insane.
Anyway, what about it?
Okay, so Kia has it right now, and they're talking to everybody in the world, not really giving us answers. But do I have any? Can I say I want a new car? I really don't want.
Not yet.
Well, you can, but you can say it, but you're not entitled to it.
Well,
Lemon law. Actually, I don't think they're going to be able to fix that in 60 days.
Well, but hold on now.
Did they give you a full-blown rental?
They did. They got us a rental.
Okay.
Listen, the law says if you're deprived of the use of that car during the first year or warranty period, whichever is shortest, if you're deprived 30 days or more, cumulative, and it doesn't really address a replacement car.
I think they have to have numerous attempts, or is it just the consecutive?
No, it's either or.
Yeah, okay.
It's either or. It's either 4 times or more they can't fix it, or on the 4th time they can't fix it, or if you lose
cumulative days.
Yeah, cumulative days, 30 days use of that brand new car. But here's the thing, Ted, and I know this is more psychological than anything. They're going to put a factory new engine in that.
Well, that's what they aren't saying right now. They're saying we have to figure out if we're going to repair it or.
Well, even if I don't know how they repair it, but what I guess what I'm getting at is, why do you think it's any different if they repair it than new? I mean, it's more of a psychological thing than it is a reality. You're not really losing anything if they fix it. In other words, I understand what you're saying. It's a warranty thing, but you only had it 500 miles. Hold on, and let's see if we can negotiate something. I don't know, but let's talk about it after this. It's open enrollment for health insurance. This commercial is for everyone, and I mean it. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino for Integrity.
They always have that. What's happening? That same problem.
Choose the right health insurance, both on or off the exchange. They also help with Medicare supplements and accident claims. No one has more knowledge and expertise. I urge you to call Integrity.
I wonder if it's
Be simple and smart. 303-466.
Did you guys finish with the crank pulley guy? I didn't hear the end of it. You're not finished? Okay, my bad. It's not in the original contract. He doesn't have it, and the roofer said he'd send it, but never did. And this is what he sent the guy. And it's dated for Christmas or last month. That's what he sent him.
Hey, all these Simply floors should show up live.
Hard even seeing the door.
No pressure estimate.
That's what he sent him.
Great service, great prices, fast turnaround.
I wonder if that could cause that crankshaft.
Wait a minute. He's trying to get the whole fucking amount.
Yeah. I assume so.
Well, you can't do that.
Right. And by the way, I forgot to mention, Deputy Marty's tried calling the roofing company several times. No person answers. Yeah, no person answers or anything. And Jay Brent hasn't answered me yet. I'm just waiting on him.
He might be up skiing or something.
Yeah,
he's always fucking around.
Yeah, well, this time of year.
And roofing's slow, yeah, for them, right?
Oh, yeah. That's like dead right now.
Our Nespresso's out. It's out for delivery.
As of this second. You guys, as of this second, would you turn that down during the breaks? We get complaints.
Okay. Can you imagine if Pence ever fucking said, I'm not accepting it, and he tried to, and Trump tried to be president for the next 4 years? Well, there would be a fucking revolution.
Well, and honestly, there should be at that point. That's fucking insane. I wonder what the constitutional answer is there. There's got to be one. I think it would go to the court. You know what I'm saying? There's not many things our forefathers didn't think of, man.
It's the most amazing.
Even though they're all getting wiped out now.
Mark, what scares me more than anything,
the cancellation culture. Fuck.
No. What really scares me is that the media now has a new ploy. Instead of bias reporting, they just ignore stories.
No, they basically can pick and choose at this point. It's really fucking crazy, man. Like I said, though, it'll bite both sides. Big tech and the media will bite both sides. There's no doubt about it. Right now, they're...
No, they won't.
Dude, look at the news coverage and commercials they sell when Trump was in office. You think they're going to let their bottom line change? You don't think they're going to start getting on the fucking we hate everybody bandwagon when it makes them money?
It's totally normal to be
Mark,
constipated with belly.
You'll be shocked at what people will do for their political beliefs.
Okay, well, let me tell you, if CNBC does exactly what they did the last 2 years, not CNBC, MSNBC, they're going to have no fucking viewers. What are they going to do? Go on there and say, oh, we love Biden today. No one's going to fucking watch, dude. They have to have controversy to fucking survive. Who would watch the station? How about if Rush Limbaugh came on? Or, all of a sudden Hannity starts loving it?
I agree with you.
Would he have a fucking show?
I totally agree with you, but I don't think, I swear to God.
How will they survive as a network then? How? How would they do it?
Because our new crop of liberals don't want hunters.
Okay. Well, they're not going to have... I disagree with you. That's why they always talk Trump. It's purely controversial. They always talk whatever. If they don't have that, how do they make money? How about if we never had bad fucking companies? All we did was get on here and say, oh, this roofer's fucking great. Oh, by the way, this car manufacturer is the best. We wouldn't have one fucking listener. There's got to be a shift. It was all negative there. I'm telling you, man, there's going to be a fucking shift. I don't know how they possibly have viewership by getting on and giving Biden a blowjob every fucking day. Hey, by the way, I finished up Teen Mom 2. I fucking love that show. I don't know why it went away. It is the best fucking show if you haven't watched it. It's fucking so good. I've never seen Teen Mom, so watch Teen Mom 2. It's only 2 fucking seasons. It's like watching the best train wreck you've ever seen. These fucking girls are so fucking stupid, you're not going to know what to do. You're going to fucking want to kill yourself. It's that good, man. It is that fucking good. And it's real. I have no doubt it's fucking real.
What do you like about it? I mean, all about it.
Oh, my God, the controversy. This one chick, she's like 16, tells her mother to fuck off, and I'm going to punch you if you don't do this. It is like a fucking train wreck. And then the mom takes her back 10 times. The other one, the boyfriends, never have fucking jobs, but anytime they want to get laid, they come around. It is fucking unbelievable. Like you would want to kill them. Oh my God, you just go, are our teenagers this fucking stupid? Are they? This one chick, she gets her husband, she cheats on her boyfriend, they have a baby, he breaks up with her, he gets back with her and they decide to get married because he's going to do the right thing. She cheats on him with the same guy a week before the fucking wedding and he finds out a month later.
2 things. Oh, Teen Mom again.
Oh, you heard me talking about it?
Just now. Tommy, 2 things. With sober leaves, do you want me to schedule them the same way week and week did yesterday, where they hold a few hours and kind of go in and out of the show? Okay, then I have my wing one for Clinton. Clinton feels like he's sounding like an ass on the air. Da-da-da-da-da. That's what I told him. Don't worry about it. We know you have a living issue and a car issue. So, anyway.
Okay.
But Wink and Wink's on 6. And I told Ted to come back to him after that.
Okay.
It's crazy, man. You gotta watch it. Teen Mom.
No,
You'll fucking. I know the shit you love. You'll love it.
I get frustrated though sometimes.
Oh my god, I get so. But that's why I like it. I don't know why. It gets me so pissed. I love it. That other show that's always sad. What the hell's the name of that show? Yeah, This Is Us. Holy shit! It's the saddest fucking show out there, but I love it. It's so stupid. Although I can't watch anything with commercials anymore. I gotta watch it the next day with no commercials. I can't watch commercials. Fucking hate commercials.
Georgia Senate election results. If you have them, we'll have answers on the electoral college certification too. And
these fucking girls, though, man. The one has taken her boyfriend back like 6 times, and then he literally treats her like shit. I mean, you can't imagine how bad he treats her. And then 2 weeks later, guess who's back? It's fucking amazing. The dad, the mother, the friends, everybody she knows is like,
and this is real shit.
It's real fucking stupid. It is that they are that fucking stupid. They got to go to like the deep south to find these fucking girls, I think.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713.
We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints to make your life a little easier. Waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman will fix you up. Listen, quickly. WaterPros has whole house water conditioning under $2,000 fully installed. They have whole house water filtering fully installed under $2,000. You can get combination systems. You can get a point of use system for $900. These are the best prices in the industry and the most honest person. For all your water needs, waterpros.net, 303-862-5554, 862-5554. Man, I love when I find companies like that where you can get a great deal, honesty and ethics too. So let's talk about this now. Clinton's in a bad way, and we wanted to get some counseling for him. Now, listen, Clinton, you were injured. You suffered some head trauma. We understand that. You don't have to make excuses. You were in and out of work due to COVID and because of that accident. You were devastated by the accident. You have a car you can hardly afford. You can't afford your $8,000 back in rent. You got a lot of problems. Yeah. Let's talk to Mike Wink and Wink. They're bankruptcy attorneys, and I like talking to them about stuff like this just in case it can help. Now, Mike Wink, when Clinton's back $8,000 in rent, that's a bankruptcy's not going to stay or help, or will it put off eviction? Will it do anything?
It can, so long as he could start paying the rent again and get on a plan like in a Chapter 13 to cure the lease arrears. But, the problem is that people who have been knocked down that way often can't afford to start paying the rent they haven't been paying, plus making up the back rent in a payment plan, if you know what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. Next question. He has a vehicle, and Clinton, that vehicle was 40-something thousand. How much do you owe on it now?
15.
You owe 15,000, and yep. What is your payment every month?
Around $550.
Have you missed any payments?
Yeah, absolutely. I've missed payments.
How many?
I've missed payments on almost a fair few. So,
like, what does that mean, Clinton?
6 for repo, Tom.
Right now.
Do you have 6 payments missing? 3 payments? 1 payment? How many?
I don't know, Tom, because it's really hard to keep track of, your world when your world's melting. I'd estimate like 3 payments, and it's in repo status.
Okay.
So, like they're trying to get the car, and I'd say I'm 3. Hold on, actually, I can tell you. Actually, 3 payments exactly.
Okay, now, are they? Do you have a GPS on that?
No GPS on it. No low jacking or anything like that.
because they can find it. But anyway, Mike Wink, can he stop a repossession of a vehicle with any kind of a bankruptcy?
You can, but similar to the eviction or back rent, you got to start paying the car loan again and make up the arrears. There are some ways in certain circumstances to reduce the balance owed on a car. But again, you're making payments going forward in any scenario.
How do you reduce the balance owed?
If the car is worth less than the balance owed, and you've owned it for at least 2.5 years, you can reduce the balance owed on the vehicle in a Chapter 13 bankruptcy to what it's worth.
So, Mike, if I rolled negative equity into a used car, like I was 10,000 upside down on something, they just got to take it in the shorts?
Yes, but you have to have owned it for 2.5 years. You have to have owned it for 2.5 years.
How long have you owned it, Clinton?
Since 2015.
Okay, and how much is it actually worth right now?
I'd have to pull up. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll tell you that, Tom.
Wait, I thought it was broke. Does it run?
Yeah, it runs.
Yeah, so that's another issue is that it runs. Yeah, so the person that's fixing it, he has farmer's insurance. And when
what do you mean fixing it though? What's wrong with it?
Well, I don't know what's wrong with it at this point because now what it does is where I'm sitting on a red light, it'll just rev up to 2,500 and just sit there.
Well, okay, I guess that's my point. How do you determine the value of a car that doesn't move?
Well, let's just say what we're talking about for bankruptcy purposes is the general.
It functions. It works.
We want to talk about the general function, the general value. It's probably worth less, but you still have to make payments. Right now, Clinton, you have no ability to make payments, do you?
Right now, yeah, I'm stalled on it. Yeah, since the sepsis, when I got sick, I couldn't keep my work.
He's so broke he can't afford a bankruptcy, I would assume.
Yeah, but that can be worked on. That can be worked on with a payment plan before the bankruptcy's filed, but that's the least of his problems. He cannot make a payment. And you know, a Chapter 7 would be another one to make everything go away, but then you lose the car if it's worth more than what, Mike, $7,500?
Yeah, you know, when you're unable to pay rent, I think, Tom, you hit the nail on the head, which is in that situation, you know, you may need a bankruptcy in the future, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to prioritize bankruptcy if you can't pay your rent.
Mike, if he can't,
that should be your first.
Mike, if he doesn't show any income, he wouldn't even qualify for a 13 regardless, right?
Yes, he would have to get a job within months of filing to have any chance of success in a Chapter 13.
And that's a difficult thing here.
Clinton, they're really, I hate to tell you this, but there are not answers for everything.
Yeah, but why is it difficult to find a job right now?
Well, let's say it's difficult to find a job that's going to cover all my expenses.
Okay,
Yeah, but if you do listen, if you did a Chapter 7,
he wants to live like he used to live. Times have changed now for you, man.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm putting words.
No. Hold on. He never said he wants. He never said that.
He wants a job now that can pay all his bills.
No, he doesn't.
That's what he just said.
Mark, I'm listening to the. Hold on, guys. I'm listening to the same person. What I hear is someone who wants to find a job, but he knows he can't keep up his payments, and that's why he's trying to figure out if bankruptcy will help.
Tom, I asked him, why don't you get a job? His answer was, because I can't find a job to pay all my bills. Okay, so what do you do from there, Tom? What do you do from there?
Well, Clinton, if you get a job that can't pay your bills, you have to reduce your bills, right? So what are you paying for rent right now?
$1,800 a month.
What kind of a place do you have?
He's paying nothing.
It's a one-bedroom.
That's not a lot of money, $1,800 for a one-bedroom?
I have no idea. My point was I don't think he's caught up on rent.
No.
He's paying nothing for rent.
No.
Right, but it costs $1,800. Do you have a really nice place? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I guess it was close to work, and it's
Clinton,
my friend lived here.
If I
a referral, and I'm done.
Man, you're going to have a tough time renting another place because you're not going to get a referral.
So, like I was saying before, I have a company. I have a organization that's helping to work with the rent through EHAP, the Colorado.
Yeah, but eventually you're going to have to pay it, and we will get back to what. Well, eventually, right?
Yeah, I mean, like pay my rent once it gets caught up. Yeah, absolutely. So it was the car accident, and then I got better, and I was like, okay, we can do this. You know, I have a little bit of fun.
And that's another thing, Mike. Mike, that's another thing. He's waiting on a settlement for a car accident. Now, Clinton, have your attorneys ever mentioned anything about what they think you could collect?
So the deal, no, they have not. And the deal is I called them a couple weeks ago, and I asked them, I said, hey, this is what I'm thinking about a bankruptcy with my situation. I can't get, above water here, and I need to get.
But a bankruptcy won't even help you. A bankruptcy won't even, if every one of your bills went away today, you need to find a place to live because you'll be evicted. Will you be able to?
If anybody's hiring, let me know. Give me a call. So
no, but Clinton, do you understand? Yeah. I just want to talk reality to you. Let's say every single bill goes away in a Chapter 7. Now, by some miracle, you might be able to keep your car if you don't have that much equity. Let's say you don't. You still have to make those payments. You have to make those payments, which means you have to make them up and make those payments. Then you also have to find a place to rent. Can you find a place to rent?
So here's the deal. I could give a jump and flip about the car, just because it is what it is, and if I can save it, I want to save it because I put so much money.
Go ahead.
Into it. If I can't save it, then let it go. I'll let it go.
But you have to have another car.
I mean, yeah, that's the big issue. So Colorado, there's been 9 states or 10 states that have put a stay on repossessions during the COVID outbreak. Colorado is not one of those.
I understand that.
And bear with me.
What is your plan? Clinton, what is your plan? What is your plan, bro? Listen, you need to find a cheaper place. You need to do a bankruptcy, find a cheaper place to live, and transportation.
And a new car.
Well, that's what I mean, transportation. But right now, even if you did a full bankruptcy, at least you could use Uber or Lyft to get to work. I'm serious.
Well, that's the scary part is when I got the sepsis, it leaves me immunocompromised.
Well, okay, so Clinton, you have painted yourself into a corner. I can't help you. Okay, you know what?
That's fine.
I can't help. I'm sorry, and thank you for calling. I just can't help you. I want to talk to Mike Wink. Mike, if someone is awaiting an award for an accident, what happens if they file a Chapter 7 now and then an award comes later? Do they have to pay that to the court?
Not necessarily. The law says that proceeds from a personal injury settlement are protected in bankruptcy. So the analysis then becomes what is personal injury and what is financial injury. So if some of it's for, say, lost wages,
right,
you might have to turn some of that over. It's very much a gray area, but yeah, some of it should be protected.
How about hospital bills?
Hospital bills go away. I mean, they just go away.
No. A lot of times they actually negotiate the hospital bill down, and they make money on it.
We have to take a break.
Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs? 1 in 5.
They just go away in the Chapter 7. They go away.
No, what I'm saying is if you make money on the hospital bill, can the trustee take it?
You're not going to make money on it because it goes away.
You're totally missing me. Our bankruptcy, when Addie got hit, for example, we had a $40,000 bill from the hospital they paid. Then we negotiated it down to 10. We made $30,000 on that.
Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. You need to call Ideal. You can save money, even if it goes down by just a 0.25% or 0.5%. It's worth refinancing, and I'll tell you why. Because you're in line for Ideal Home Loans interest rate guarantee. There's never been a better time to have a loan. If you are still sitting on a regular loan, get rid of it. You can even pay off debt. I often don't recommend that, but with Ideal's low rates and interest rate guarantee, you can take out money from your equity, pay off bills, and then pay that portion of your mortgage quicker. You're in full control. IdealHomeLoans.com. Go there, find out more. They can put you in a better situation. Get bills paid, get lower payments, and you know what? If you refinance now, you won't have a payment till March. Find out more at 303-867-7000. 303-867-7000. IdealHomeLoans.com. When it comes to home services, you need people you can depend on. Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. If you need help with any of those areas, you get a licensed, background checked, insured tech to your home, or plumber or electrician for just $39 to find whatever problem you have. No matter how long it takes, they will give you an honest answer of the problems you have. You do not have to have the work done, and you only pay $39. If you decide to have the work done, they apply that $39, and you are on your way. That's fixmyhome.com, 720-526-3939.
You own a time.
You know, when people don't lose work in an accident, most of the money comes from that exact thing. That's where it comes from. Your attorney negotiates down the bills on the hospital, and then the split comes with whatever's left when there's no time off work.
Right. But here's what we're saying. If he goes bankrupt, those bills go away. If he collects after the bankruptcy.
No, I'm saying, can the trustee claw that money back, though?
What money, Mark? No, he said you can't if it is for pain and suffering. If it's for wages, they can.
If it's not, forget pain and suffering. If it's the actual hospital bills, you made the money on.
No, because listen, if you get paid for medical bills, if you get paid for medical, if you get paid,
if you have a medical bill of $40,000
and the bill goes away,
and I give you $40,000, and then the hospital says, "Fuck it, you don't have to pay it."
Well, they don't because of bankruptcy. That $40,000, I believe, is protected because it's not wages. I mean, I heard him say unsecured. Now we can clarify it, but I don't even think. In other words, I know what you're saying. When people get a lump sum, it's for hospital, it's for pain and suffering, it's for lost wages. Can they take the portion of it that is for wages? Yes. Can they take the portion of it that's for medical bills?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean that is something I never even thought of. Do they actually itemize it?
That's where the majority of money Fuller got.
I know. I get it.
That's literally on Addie's case, that's every bit.
Okay, guys.
And then you make the money where you settle the bill.
That's exactly right.
Jay Brett isn't available because he's in the back country doing his thing. So what do you want to do with Tom on 2?
I just need to know if the penalty clause. Do we have another word for we can?
There isn't. There ain't shit for penalty. If I recall everything Jay's ever said.
That they allow you to do it? You mean that's what I'm getting at?
He's always said there's like no teeth. There's like no one to call, no one to report.
No, it's not teeth. But can he use it in court if it's against the law? I don't care if there's no teeth. It has teeth if you go to court.
Let me see what I can find.
Yeah, find out if the roofing statutes in Colorado allow for penalties.
Another thing, so we got that hanging, and then Ted, and then Mark, your follow-ups on line 1.
Yep.
Did you see that? Okay, I just don't want to forget about.
No, I get it. But see, these are all good questions.
Everything important and less than important happening right now.
I'm Jack. That's Miles. This is what's trending. You know, having like Japanese food and like kids have like Lunchables. Yeah, in hindsight, these fellas would have killed from Japanese. When you cut those kids open, you can see rings of sodium inside their DNA.
The Daily Zeitgeist podcast, dumpster diving below the surface of American culture, so you don't have to. To listen to the Daily Zeitgeist, download the free iHeartRadio app or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Chris Collinsworth. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by
Meredith's Residential Bill of Rights.
Quarterback Trevor Lawrence has declared for the NFL draft and is projected to be the top overall pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars own the first pick in the draft. The Nuggets staged a comeback and came away with their second victory over the Timberwolves in 3 days. Nikola Jokic scores 35 in the win. And the Broncos general manager search is on. They've got interviews scheduled with Saints Director of Pro Scouting Terry Fontenot and Bears Assistant Director of Player Personnel Champ Kelly. I'm J.D. Halfran.
Get in on all this week's action. All right, guys, back on about 30. Enter code SPORTS during sign-up to try DraftKings for free. Don't forget, that's code SPORTS to try DraftKings for free.
Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details. It's the Dan Caplis Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
This is Christy Burton Brown. Join me Wednesday from 4 to 6 on
Here
the
it is for penalties and protocol.
election results. If you have them, we'll have answers on the Electoral College certification too. And
All right, guys, back.
we'll hear it in the White House. Join the conversation at 4 o'clock.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right. Now, that's a very complicated case, but this guy never, ever wanted to participate.
Everything we said, everything, he had an answer for why he couldn't do it. Well, guess what? There is no help for people who are victimized by circumstances and can't help themselves. There's no help.
And he just sent me the biggest nasty gram, Tom. Ugh.
Look, the guy was injured in a car accident. Then COVID hit. He wasn't able to get unemployment because he wasn't able to work. He was seriously injured. He has an attorney working on that personal injury case. Meanwhile, he is $8,000 back in rent. He is $2,000 back in car payments. He's only working part-time. He won't get another place to live, and he can't get another place to live, he says, and he can't do his get another car. I don't know why, but and then he says he won't use Uber and Lyft. He doesn't care about the car, but he says, he won't use Uber and Lyft because he's immunocompromised. So this guy basically is at home, and he's mad at us. Well, a bankruptcy won't even help him. He still has to pay his rent and his car going forward.
And get a job.
The guy cannot be helped, and he's pissed at us. I don't know what to say. Whenever we brought up something, he would say no. And I think he has a problem in that he made money at one time. And that's a big problem when that happens and you're slapped in the face. Because people who are making big money don't always prepare for the future. They think it's never going to end. And guess what? Bam, you're hit in the face. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Look, we don't guarantee to help everyone. We guarantee to help. We guarantee to try to help. We guarantee to look for help. We guarantee to investigate helping. But if you just sit there, there's nothing we can do. Nothing. Now, we got a lot to talk about. Let's go to Ted we left off with. Ted, sorry, but Kia Forte, brand spanking new, less than 500 miles. The crank pulley somehow, I don't know, is this internal in the engine we're talking about, the crank pulley, or on the outside of the engine?
Well, the crank is in the middle of the engine. The pulley is on the end of that.
Right,
but the serpentine belt.
Okay, okay. I was thinking. Hold on. I was thinking of the internal mechanisms of the crank. What's good news is that. And that was the crank bearing, and I was picturing it as inside the engine major. If this crank pulley broke off, they probably have to replace the crank and take the engine apart.
It's possible if it threw the timing off, which I don't know, and it was an interference engine, there could be an issue.
That's right.
Do you know if that happened?
There could be all kinds of problems. Was it? Do you know what damage it did when it broke?
No, because they haven't gotten it back together to even see if it
was this crank.
Right.
Did the crank pulley come apart on the crankshaft? How is it attached to the crankshaft?
So what they told me is that it attaches to the crank with a big nut.
See, this is a whole different picture, because Mark and I were picturing a crank breaking and the pulley breaking off, right? Wasn't that what you're thinking?
Did they tell you there's any internal damage, though?
They don't know. They won't know until they put it back.
Well, then it can't be simply the pulley coming off.
Now, if the pulley came off because of a big nut, it stopped your serpentine belt. The timing, Mark, the timing, is that controlled internally with the timing
Generally
chain?
not by a serpentine belt.
No,
That's
of course.
Just running everything else.
So I'm saying, why would it mess with the internal part of the engine at all?
I don't know, but when I was looking it up,
let's get Kevin Calkin.
Problems with Kia and the braking and the issues would cause timing issues.
But if we're visualizing this right, the timing is done on the inside of the engine.
Okay, but then why wouldn't they simply slap another nut and another pulley on and give him his car back? Why is this becoming an issue?
Well,
because it's cross-threaded. It's cross-threaded, and that is part of the crank.
They may have to replace the crank because the flange on the crank where it bolts into
that makes sense
is damaged. Now so then if they have to change the crank,
that's major.
What they're thinking is, hold on, do we change the crank or do we change the engine?
I wouldn't want, I'm with this guy. I don't think I would want a brand new vehicle that they're doing that repair to. Now, if they're doing the entire engine,
well, yeah,
I don't know if that would bother me.
Well, whether it bothers you or not, the warranty says they have to fix it and put it back to before it broke. So you can ask anything you want, but it seems to me it would be more efficient to either drop a new engine in or give you a new car. But certainly you wouldn't be opposed if they dropped a new engine. You wouldn't want a new car, would you?
No, if they would say we're going to put a new engine in, I'd be happy as a camper.
Okay.
It's them trying to fix it.
Kia has a pretty good warranty. Do you have any reason to believe they're not going to do it? How long has it been down right now?
Well, hold on. If you're looking at buying this car 20,000 miles later, Tom, and you pull a Carfax, which I know you would, and it said that the crank was replaced at 500 miles.
Oh, it would bother me.
That would bother the hell out of me.
I'm not saying
he might even have a diminished value case.
Mark, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, though, if I read that it had a new engine, it would not bother me at all.
That's right.
Right. So that would be good. If I was buying this SUV I have and they said they put a new engine in, I'd say, cool. But here's the deal. I wouldn't want the crank replaced. So here's the thing, Ted. What dealer? Where are you? What dealer? In Colorado Springs, did you say, or did I mishear that? Where are you?
You missed it. It's the Kia on Arapahoe Road.
Okay. Arapahoe Kia, isn't it called, or something like that? Anyway.
I don't know.
Okay. What did they? How long has it been down?
So we towed it to them on Friday. It was the day after New Year's.
Okay.
It's New Year's Day.
Okay.
They towed it on Friday. They looked at it. They actually ran it on Saturday and told us there was nothing wrong with it. And we asked them if they actually looked at it. So they drove it into their shop, and then they actually looked at it and said, oh, this is going to be a while. And then it was a series of text messages that were just archaic. And I finally just drove over there and said, let's talk. And he says, well, we're talking with our tech line. And I'm like, okay, what's the tech line saying? He says, well, we're not sure if we're going to replace the engine or if we're going to repair it. And I said, I don't want to repair. It's less than 500 miles. What else is wrong with this engine that we're going to find out?
Well, that's the point. That's the point. I don't think there will be necessarily anything else wrong with it, but we're going to ask an expert. What the hell do I know? We're going to ask Kevin Calkin coming right up. Hold on, he's on the line. We'll come right back to him and ask what that could do to the insides. I don't think it can do much. And when they say repair it, no, I would not want them opening up the engine and putting a new crank in. But if they could repair that crank flange on the outside where it bolts to the pulley, that wouldn't bother me. More coming up.
This is Denver's talk station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning.
But that part, like, let's say they can do a heating coil where the pulley attaches.
Impact traffic.
Maybe.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Well, maybe.
Red Sports Traffic Center. Travel around the metro area.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
There is a crash on the rail.
A real
southbound Broadway onto westbound C470. Somehow a car tried to take that side.
It's weird, man.
Walking that ramp, so avoid that area for now.
But just the fact it's 500 miles would drive me insane, man.
Up in the high
like, what's wrong with this car?
Laws in place on US 611 would pass in both directions, but the chain laws have been lifted on that section. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny today with a high near 48.
I wouldn't like it at all.
Clear overnight, low around 22.
You know who owns that, though? The good news is it's a decent dealership. It's Deal and Doug, man.
All right, Mark. Here you go. 10 seconds. 8888.
With pay-per-mile insurance from Allstate, pay for the miles you drive and save on the miles you don't. Call a local Allstate agent and get a quote now.
You know, you go to a restaurant, you can decide what you want to eat. You might just want a hamburger and not want to spend $100 on the steak or lobster. Guess what? 888heating.com works the same way. You got a problem with your furnace, you call these guys. I'm not kidding you. You call them up, and guess what? They're going to give you choices, and they're going to give you lots of them. They're going to tell you how much to Band-Aid it if you just don't have any money and want to get through the season. They're also going to tell you, hey, maybe you could do these other repairs to it and it'll last longer. They're going to give you options. And if you do want a new unit, they do the same thing. They're going to talk about economical units that almost anybody can afford in their house, all the way up to top-of-the-line, high-efficiency units that are whisper quiet with the best thermostats and Wi-Fi and everything else. My point is 888heating.com has options, and I love options. You really got to check these guys out. It's very simple. Go to 888heating.com, give them a call. Any issues you have with your HVAC, 888heating.com.
Rates are like a roller coaster lately. Are you concerned about the future and how to protect your home? Do you want to become mortgage safe? Take affordable interest mortgage. With home values still at their highest level ever and rates at historic lows, now may be the best time to be prepared if the economy changes. Last time, many of our friends lost their home when it was unnecessary. Take AIM, 720-895-0500. Many of our clients have the ability to tap their equity should the economy change, all without having to borrow the money now. We can show you how to access your equity in these uncertain times to give you peace of mind and allow you to focus on what's important, your family. Call Affordable Interest Mortgage at 720-895-0500. That's 720-895-0500. We are locally owned and operated since 2001. Our reputation of putting you first with straight answers and listening are unmatched in Colorado. Let us help you protect your home. Take AIM, 720-895-0500, where it's all about you.
There's a silent disease plaguing the greater Denver area, and it affects 1 in 5 Americans over 60. It's called PAD, short for peripheral artery disease. Symptoms include leg cramps and numbness, cold feet, and foot sores that don't heal. Left untreated, PAD can result in limb amputation and shortened life expectancy. Modern Vascular in Thornton has helped hundreds of patients in our region treat their PAD using minimally invasive, state-of-the-art procedures. All patients are seen in a sanitized outpatient facility by doctors and medical staff that specialize in lower leg revascularization.
So listen, Paul, is he the one you're going to have to do the endorsement contract?
No.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Who do you have do it?
Probably Amir. You remember him?
Yeah. How's he doing?
He does all right, man. I just have nothing for him lately. But he's the one who did the original one.
Good. That's a pretty good workflow, right? You like it?
Sorry, Tom. Mark sent that one to me. I got that contract. So sorry, I forgot.
I just haven't looked at it yet.
Free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Okay, now let's see.
Well, soon you might be kicking yourself in the head. Rates are at historic lows, so take advantage of our new
What do you think someone's talking about when they say you have a repipe contractor? You think they're talking about plumbing? What do you think of repipe?
I absolutely don't. That's a good question. I fucking don't know.
Even if you refinance in the last year, we can still probably save you money. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how you can save up to thousands of dollars a year. This amazing 2.25 written APR won't last long, and our new fast track.
Maybe is he talking about a plumber that switches you over to Plex? Because not Plex. What's it called? Is it called Plex? It is Plex. No, what the hell is it called? What is that new Plex? Plex? Yeah, I think it is. Sounds right.
It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
I don't even know. Is that a brand name or is that actually the material?
If you're in chronic pain, you must learn about Colorado Pain Care, founded by local doctors, recognized by Medicare, Medicaid, workers' comp, and most insurance. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to call for your
let's see here. Repipe.
Safe use of meditation, high-tech nerve blocks, ablations, and stimulation, regenerative medicine, and physical therapy. Colorado Pain Care. You don't have to live in it. 303.
Hey, can somebody tell Dan to click off of the commercial spot on the call screen?
Mark, I tried to go in my QuickBooks to get some information, and it says it can't find the file. That's very odd. I don't know what that means.
Maybe there's an issue at the server.
Saturday afternoons at 3.
Broncos country is the start of a new year, and Broncos Fit challenges are here to provide.
Capital is being attacked. What the fuck is Dan talking about? Oh, look. I mean, for real. What is it? Taxpayers, tear gas as protesters enter Capitol.
They're going fucking crazy. You know what? This is what makes us look fucking stupid.
Yeah, it does.
And look what Mike Pence
This is
didn't
when
have
China
the
and
courage.
North Korea,
He says
Russia
Mike Pence
decided
didn't have the courage to stand up.
Denver's talk station.
What do you mean? He claims that Pence can reject the Electoral College and call for a Senate vote, but he'd lose in the.
It doesn't matter. He'd lose in the Senate.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kevin Calkin, he is with Sheridan Auto Tech. I call him Uncle Kevin because he's a big, friendly guy with a family of customers. Now, listen, this guy buys a new Kia, less than 500 miles. The pulley on the crankshaft flange
Because there's a big
disconnects. Because there's a big nut, I guess, that connects
big bolt.
it to
Okay.
Break.
Well, let's ask him, okay? Now, did the bolt come out or break? I don't know if he knows. Ted, did the bolt break or did it just back out?
They told me it was cross-threaded, so it backed out because it can't tighten itself, right?
Now, let's talk about this, Kevin. First, one step at a time. This is a relatively new car, it is for less than 500 miles. It's legally a new car. What I'd like to know is this. If that pulley came off and the serpentine belt went nuts, the internal timing and valves and pistons and all that stuff inside the engine should not be affected, should it? The timing and all that?
No, I mean, sometimes the belt can slip because they use a crank pulley to tighten down the sprockets for the timing. But if that didn't move, then no.
What I mean is...
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
The timing is on the inside on that crank, right?
Right, but some of the setups use that same crank pulley bolt to tighten everything together.
Oh, you mean even on the inside?
Yeah, it goes through and the balancer pushes against the pulley and everything else.
Oh, so do you know about this car, a Kia Forte? You don't?
I'd have to take a peek
But
at it.
if it has a backing, plate or whatever it is that gets sucked in by that bolt, by that nut, that could be used for tightening inside as well as outside.
Correct.
Oh.
So it is possible, but not all the time that it could.
If it was
that way, Kevin, how big of a repair are we talking?
Now, that's right.
Rip down?
If it wasn't, let's say let's say that it did not affect the inside because that nut does not tighten the inside. Let's say that nut only secures the pulley. If that nut only secures the pulley, I want to know if it's cross-threaded, what kind of repair could there be done on that damn thing?
I would not be comfortable with a repair. I would only be comfortable with another crankshaft.
Yeah, but don't you think you'd be pissed if you had a new car and they replaced the crank?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay,
no,
yeah.
But I've had similar things happen. We had a customer 2,000 miles on a Subaru, took it back with transmission problems, and all they would do is rebuild the transmission. They would not put a new one in.
I know. That's the age-old problem. We know, Kev. That's it. That's the age-old problem. Okay,
and
so...
it's going to bug him from every day here on out.
Here's what I think, Ted. If it was cross-threaded, I'm thinking the bolt that comes out of the crank is too hard. I think it would be the nut that was ruined, not the shaft. Maybe I'm wrong.
So you're assuming they simply don't know that.
I don't know. But what do you think, Kevin? Aren't those cranks usually...
Yeah, it's definitely harder than the bolt is. You're absolutely right.
And the bolt itself, though, the nut goes on the bolt. So the nut holds
it's a bolt. It's a bolt.
Oh, so it screws into it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then when the pulley broke,
it doesn't. There's no stud at the end of the crank. What you're saying is
no. The crank has a female thread and the bolt.
So do you think it's more than likely it's the bolt that got stripped, not the inside of the crank?
Typically, yes.
Yeah, but then we're assuming a Rapo Kia literally is that stupid.
No, I'm not assuming that. I think that I think that they have to check it. You could look at the frickin' bolt in a minute.
You would think they'd get a brand new bolt, just try to put the pulley back on there.
Now, if that's the way
put it back in and torque it, yeah.
Right. So if the bolt is the thing that's destroyed, and not the whatever.
How long have they had the car?
Since Friday.
Yeah. So what we should do is basically call them and have Deputy Doc or Dan, maybe Dan. But we need someone to call that understands this.
Dan.
Dan's been listening. Deputy Dan call and find out if it's just the bolt that's destroyed, Ted. Then you're really you should have no problem.
I can't imagine why they'd have it 5 days if it was just the bolt, though, and it didn't do any other damage by breaking.
Well, I don't know. I
was there yesterday. And he said, well, we're on the line right now. We're on the phone with our tech support, and I stayed an hour.
Which are problems they can't solve there. So I find it extremely hard to believe that a tech over there would be doing this over a bolt.
It could be something like this, guys. It could be that they did bolt it in with a new bolt, and then they want to make sure it's not affecting the inside, like Kevin said. That possibly they want to make sure.
Let's have Dan call over and see what the hell's going on. Here's the only good news, and I like this part, Ted. We know the ownership. It's a Deal and Doug dealership, and we've got relationships with other ones of his store, and they generally always come through.
Right, but it's not a dealer item. They're going to have to fight Kia.
That's
if
right.
Kia says we're not replacing that. Now,
but they need to stand up and fight Kia on his behalf.
But again, if it's only the bolt and it did not loosen anything inside, I would just crank that down.
Hell yeah.
Start over. And I would have no qualms about that, Ted. None at all. So Deputy Dan, if he's listening, right, he knows to call right now, Kia.
Yes.
So Suzanne, give him Ted's number so we can talk to Ted off the air, okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We are busy. And Paul, you got to follow up with a Chrysler warranty. We'll get to you. And Tom wants to talk about our roofer coming after him after 4 years. We were waiting for an answer on that, on the law. Mark, did you look it up on whether they can charge a penalty?
Yeah, so here's the deal. It comes down to local law enforcement, and you have to deal with that DA. So if you live in Castle Rock, you would have to convince.
No, but what I'm asking is, does the law provide for penalties or not?
All it says is you have to deal with local law enforcement. I'll read it after the break.
I don't even know what that means.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
The law says what? You can or not? In other words, if it doesn't mention it, I want to know, are penalties now illegal? Period. Are they not? I mean, Jay Brett's, I know he's out.
Yes, but you have to deal with the local law.
No, that's
what it says.
Mark, that's to get it enforced. I'm not asking to get it enforced. If the law prohibits...
I'll print it for you.
If the law prohibits them doing a penalty, you do not have to deal with the DA. If they sue you for payment, you use it as an affirmative defense. It has nothing to do with prosecution. You're not looking to get them prosecuted. You're simply looking to get them off your back so they don't collect from you. If they're not allowed by law to charge you a fine, a penalty, then you don't pay it, and you use it as your defense. The only time you would care about a prosecutor is if you're going after them for doing it, but you're not. You're just trying to get them off your back.
Now, impact traffic.
I'll print it for you. But it says to deal with local law enforcement.
But there is teeth, Mark, when you're using it as a defense.
Trouble.
Well, there is.
Still a bit of delay on southbound 225 between Yosemite and I-25 to watch out for. And there is a crash on the ramp from southbound Broadway onto westbound C470, so not necessarily on the highway, but that ramp is blocked. You have to use an alternate route. Also, watch out for a crash at Mississippi and Blackhawk. Watch out for a crash at Logan and Vassar. That's north of Yale as well. The weather forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny today with a high near 48. Tonight, mostly clear and a low of 22. Right now, just a few clouds and 38. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
If you're driving left,
10 seconds. There you go. On the Baker Mile.
take mile insurance from Allstate, pay for the miles you drive, and save on the miles you don't. Call a local Allstate agent and get a quote now.
Let's talk about an investment opportunity that is not a qualified plan, so you're not limited by government regulations. All you have to do is buy a life insurance policy, overfund it, and everything you overfund on top of that 1% of insurance, that's all you need is like 1%. That's all it takes is 1% of the dollar, and the rest of it goes to your investment. It grows tax-free. You need to know that. It is an amazing opportunity. Tax-free savings. BecomeTheBanker.org. BecomeTheBanker.org. If you want to find out more, look at the video, BecomeTheBanker.info. Then you can borrow from that fund anytime you want. You don't pay tax on it, and you can use it for retirement income too. BecomeTheBanker.org. 303-779-6600. All right, speaking of retirement, let's talk about Mile High Estate Planning. A good retirement plan, of course, assures that you need estate planning to keep those assets in their place and to protect them from lawsuits and creditors. Blake Harris can do that. He can also help you protect your estate from the expense of long-term care if you ever need it. There are legal ways to do it. Don't hustle at the last minute and wonder, oh my God, we're losing everything. My mom's going to live in poverty because my dad needs long-term care. It doesn't have to be that way. Why don't you talk to Blake Harris, attorney at law? MileHighEstatePlanning.com. You may need a will. You may need a trust, maybe a combination, a beneficiary's deed, or powers of attorney for medical directives. Whatever you need, you're not going to do it yourself. Don't go to some hack. Blake Harris is immersed in this, and he can handle it from beginning to end. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
It's finally happening. We're all kissing 2020 goodbye.
Are we done with line 2 and the
Mark,
roof?
it's good news, though, if they outlaw it, they say you're not allowed to charge those.
Are you done with line 2 with the roofer coming after him?
Charge what? Charge what?
Do you need another soda?
Yeah.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, does the law say you're not allowed to charge penalty? And all he has to do is take that law into court with him when they try.
What's he trying to do?
They're trying to come after him for $9 grand.
Okay, if part of the contract is wrong, then it becomes unenforceable. It could be found unenforceable. A signed contract lacking SB 38 specific written provisions may be found to be enforceable. Then it says, though, violation.
Colorado SB 1?
No, SB 38. Then it says, violation of 18-15-119, contact local law enforcement.
No, that's right. I understand that part.
The penalty is part of the criminal code.
Right.
And then
he's not looking to get them penalized or charged. He's just looking to keep them from...
Well, I wonder if you got to get... If he did get them criminally charged for it, then it would be easy to make it enforceable.
It's easier to go to court to say...
A signed contract lacking may be found to be unenforceable. Did we see the contract, or he doesn't have it? For all we know, it has everything on there.
I could. That's right.
Personally and financially.
And by the way, you know what? They're not charging a penalty.
Let me see what it's supposed to have.
They're not charging a penalty. You know what they're doing? They're charging for the whole contract. They're not even charging a penalty. So hold on. So that takes it outside of the realm of penalty. It does. What they're really saying is breach of contract. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but if the contract doesn't have all that stuff on it, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even if you're
Well, here it is, scope. Here it is all right here.
Sort it out and help you with strategies. So you come out of this pandemic in the best possible tax position. Way better than you can do on your own. Call now. LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844.
Oh, this is good.
844.
I want you, Mark. This is a good one. This fact sheet.
Yeah, I'm probably looking at the same thing.
Oh, it's
Is it State of Colorado CRA?
No, but it's the same. It's put out by them. It's the exact same one.
Yeah. So all the stuff is right here. Scope of work and materials. So I mean that's going to be easy. Roofing. Cost. Approximate date of service. Their contact info. Their insurance company info.
TV is the biggest thing on cable news, with shows including
Something saying they can't waive the deductible.
That's right. That's it. This is good.
I wonder where, what do you think on here they might not have on their contract? This is all basic shit.
Newsmax. 30 million Americans watch.
Really, 3-day right? I mean, really, this is really basic shit you got to have on here.
So get Newsmax TV anytime, anywhere.
Did that roofing guy say there is no contract?
$1,000.
Back on the 22nd, though.
The 12K a day giveaway.
All right.
Sponsored by Guy Reed on 630 KHOW.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Reed loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Reed, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Thanks for the code. Okay, so we're doing all kinds of problems, questions, and complaints that are coming up. This is an interesting one. This company, this roofing company, is trying to collect 4 years later.
Not trying to collect the penalty.
They're not.
By the way, from what I can read of the law does not outlaw penalties as I can see it. I don't see anywhere in this summary where they outlaw the penalties. That's interesting. It says that they have to do certain things to make the contract enforceable, and if they don't do all of them, the contract is probably not enforceable. So really, now hold on. It says requires a contractor to return any payment or deposit made by the property owner in conjunction with the contract for roofing work within 10 days after rescission. Okay, that's if they rescind. But if they did not rescind, it's enforceable as a contract. Now, however, the contract has to have all this stuff. So I really need, it's really complicated. So how do we know if they can collect? They're actually going after him for breach of contract. That's really what they're doing. They're saying this whole contract was $9,600 and you didn't execute it. Therefore, you owe us the money. So, Tom, that's a lot different than a penalty. But I think they waited too long to come after you for breach of contract. What's the statute of limitations? Because they have not done a court case yet. So, Mark, the statute of limitations on breach, I think, is 3 years. I think. Now,
he's fine.
I mean, I think it is. Fine, let's verify that. But what I mean by that is they haven't not sued you yet. They're just asking for money. And if you don't pay that money, they're going to file a lawsuit. But it seems like they've waited too long. So I think breach, I'm looking it up, breach of contract statute of limitations in Colorado. So I would just hold tight and see if they try to file a lawsuit. I mean, really, there's nothing else you're going to do. You're not going to pay them.
No, that's for sure.
And I think here, like I said, it's a 3-year statute. Fraud is 1 year, they say. Injury, personal property, 3 years. Collection of a debt, 6 years. So do you know the exact date of that contract they're referencing?
It goes back to, let's see, 2016.
2016? So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I mean, you know, they're not going to be able to file. I mean, they will. You can still file, but then you have it dismissed under what's called jurisdiction or statute of limitations. You'll have to talk to an attorney if they sue you. I doubt it. I think they're just trying to collect out of desperation. More coming up.
Are you tired of paying your brokers high fees even when you lose your money? Call 866-901-2255. That's 866-901-2255 for your complimentary safe money book and join Al Martinez.
You might see if I got a spot for them, yes, but
yeah.
In their next gen.
No, that's what I mean, a spot called Repipe, REPIPE, one word. I hear the commercials, but I don't know if it's them. Who? No, are they playing commercials?
Repipe specialists.
That's them, thanks.
Yeah, I think, Mark, I think we ought to try to get on.
Typically for this show, I don't think.
Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today. That's 1-800-NEW-LEGS. United Vein Centers, America's top vein care center.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader. That's the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. Their question line is 888-646-8787.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
ABC News, I'm Jim Otto. On Capitol Hill, Vice President Pence presiding over the ratification of the Electoral College results. Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona objected to state's results, affirming Joe Biden's victory.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote? The state of Arizona, the teller is verified, appears to be regular and valid.
Mr. Vice President, I, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
That triggered the procedural debate for Congress members in their chambers.
Two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session.
Other objections are expected to follow, but not expected to change the results. President Trump speaking to his supporters, continuing to make baseless claims of election fraud. This is ABC News.
Oh my God, this guy. This dude, Patrick, does not stop. Do you just want me to delete him? Who is he? Did you reach out to him again?
Against the decision not to extradite. Assange has been jailed.
Is that Patrick? I'm forwarding these. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know. Which guy is he? Called yesterday, and he's pissed off.
He was not
Who is that
high on-
guy, by the way? Who is he?
Patrick, the one with L&L heating yesterday in the furnace blocking his rooms.
Wait, from 5 years ago. Oh.
The 5-year-old furnace blocking his
Well,
rooms.
we said send us proof you paid him, and he did send us proof.
Okay,
Right?
so here's the thing. He's not high on my priority list. I've been super busy, but we're low on calls. I can tell him, hey, if you
No,
want
I
to
don't care. Have him come in. I love him.
Okay, so get him back on the air.
Yes.
I'm not. He wants your email, Tom, and I'm not giving him that, unless you want me to. But I don't think he's. What? He's asking for your email specifically.
Just have him back on the air. You don't. If you give it to him, he's going to blow your email up. He's blown up my
But I'll tell him if he wants to come on, you can come on and talk to Tom on the air again. And hopefully that Clinton will send me an nasty email.
Which one was Clinton?
The one with the
Fuck
Ford
everybody.
focus.
As a matter of fact, fuck everybody. That's my new fucking slogan. Hey, don't say fuck.
Slogan for 2021. Fuck
everybody.
Fuck them.
Fuck them. That's fine. We should have done it all at once.
Starts the process to stop the demand letter, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't
fuck you! I've been back in. We've been back in 3 days. I already had the link saying Mark drops the F-bomb all the time. I said, wait till Tom does. And guess what? I just did it.
Optima now for your free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW News Time, 103.
Broncos are setting their own timetable when it comes to hiring a new general manager.
I think this is him. Patrick! Suzanne's calling you.
The date of the trial that pits the trust against Pat Bowen's children.
So you know, I forward them. When we have lines busy, we're not going to call, man.
The fans and the fans. There have also been some not-so-subtle warnings for the Broncos to resolve their ownership situation from the NFL. Police have confirmed they've located the vehicle belonging to missing Fort Collins woman Christine Cummings. Her Jeep was found parked in the Pingree Park area south of the Poudre Canyon. 32-year-old was last heard from on December 29th. Cinemark says it plans to reopen for business in Colorado Friday at 9 locations. Theater operator says it will take precautions such as putting mask requirements in place, disinfecting between showings, and providing staggered showtimes.
You know, he did pay them. Just so you know, he sent us his bank statement, and it's evident he paid L&L Heating $600 about 5 years ago.
Okay, which doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything, but we said send us the truth.
Yeah, but okay, but it doesn't.
It has nothing to do with the other issue. We probably should have never said
No problem on the highway drive around the metro area right now. Just a little bit of slowing on southbound 225 approaching I-25. Everything else, though, pretty wide open. It's also problem-free in the high country.
Armed standoff at door of House Chamber.
Overall, a nice quiet drive. Shouldn't have any problem getting wherever you might be headed.
Fucking Russia and China gotta be loving this shit. You know how we love when China's people get all riled up, or Iran, or anybody. They gotta be loving this fucking mess.
On Friday,
It is 46 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KL.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
You know where you were when the Golden State Killer was arrested. You're a moderator on the Zodiac Killer.
What do you think?
You're in search of a new challenge. Enter Solve, the hit podcast that puts you at the center of the investigation. Solve is like...
What do you think of not reporting on stuff when the media actually only gives one side like they did with Biden? Do you consider that election fraud? Do you consider that cheating? I mean, what do you consider it?
I think it's cheating. I think
And should something be done about it?
Yeah, I want something, but what?
I don't know.
The Democrats right now don't want it done. Everybody in power, all the social media, everybody is in favor of that. They want to quell conservative voices.
They do, big time.
They think that they're nuts.
But
and
do
I
you
think
think that makes
has to be done.
Do you think it makes the election invalid? You think Trump's stance right now should be...
No, that I do not. I do not believe he won. I don't think there was enough fraud. But I do think it was fucked.
No, but just in general, what we're talking about is the fraud.
No, right. But just because the news media filtered shit and social media filtered
but it's like they're fucking in cahoots with these guys.
I know, but you can't take the election away from the guy and all the voters. But I believe
it's a shit show.
I believe that the media covered everything.
Oh, it would have been a different outcome.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Man, we are
I have to tell you,
busy solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making life a little easier. We piss off some people that we can't help, but there's a reason we can't help them. And if you listen, you can protect yourself. Now, it's important that I tell you about Silver Leaf Mortgage for reverse loans. This is so important to me because right now interest rates are low, equity is high. If you're older, 62 or older, and the older the better, you can live off your equity in a lump sum monthly payments or just pay off your home and have no payments. You need to take care of yourself. Forget this crap about leaving all your equity, your home to your kids, unless there's a special reason. Reverse loans, there's nothing wrong with them. Silverleaf Mortgage is doing such a great job. Do you know they actually have, this is what I love, they actually have a nonprofit organization that will get your house ready. If you're in need, they can get your house ready for appraisal so you get the maximum loan. It's called Forever Home Foundation. Call Silverleaf Mortgage at 720-458-4052. 720-458-4052 or silverleafmortgage.com. All right. We're going to continue on our quest to help you. But this is a follow-up. Paul, I'm not positive what you're calling about, but this is something that Mark Major...
going on the links.
Paul? Sir.
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, we're here. Is this where your lifetime warranty was canceled? Is that where we're still on that one, or is this a different?
No, that's it, man.
No, this is it. Suzanne contacted me and said you wanted me back on.
Now, Mark, what was it about?
So
Did we have a follow-up?
Yeah. I talked to Andy at length about this one, gave him the VIN, and I know this caller's already talked to Andy. So I got a few things clarified, and it is kind of screwed up. I'm on this guy's side, and I know what I need, but you have to get me this stuff, man, in order for me to help you. I need a copy of that invoice, and it was done. That work that you had done was done within the 60-day period, and so people understand, if you bought a certain model of a Chrysler vehicle between, I think it was like 05 and 09 or whatever it was, you got a lifetime warranty, but part of that lifetime warranty is every 5 years you have to bring it in within a 60-day period of the in-service date. They make it very tricky. tricky. In fact, I don't agree with it, and there is a class action that's going after him for that part of it. But this guy did have it in on the 5-year, and then on the 10-year, he did have it into a dealer. That dealer did some work under warranty and apparently did check it out, but they did not put it in the Chrysler system. So if you look in the Chrysler system, you never had it done, Paul. What I need from you is a copy of that invoice from that work. So I forget if it was Christopher Dodge or whoever it was, Cherry Creek Dodge.
It was.
Call them up. Get me a copy of that invoice, and more importantly, ask them, did you check it out at the time? And if we can get something in writing from them saying, yes, we had it in, we checked everything out, we did the warranty work that was needed, and we forgot to put it in the system, then we can get you help.
Yeah, except Christopher's Dodge has been telling me nothing but lies also.
Well, okay, all you have to do, though, is get the invoice.
The lies I've been getting. Get the invoice. I also can give you a copy of the... I still have...
What lies? Give me an idea of lies, though. I don't understand. What lies would they possibly tell you? You had it in during that time frame. Are they saying that you never asked them to check it out?
They're saying that. They're also saying that I refused to let them put in the thermostat, which is not true.
What does that mean?
And because I refused to let them put in a new thermostat, I put the engine injection.
Wait a minute. Were they going to charge you for the thermostat?
Yes.
Well, maybe they're saying that voided the warranty.
Hold on, Paul. I never realized that at that time you went in for that checkup that they recommended service that you turned down.
Yeah, that's probably why they're voiding it.
That did not happen.
He's saying it just plain didn't happen.
Okay, well, okay. I can prove it.
Well, on the invoice, they generally put recommended work. Is it on there?
Are you saying when you went in for that survey or that inspection, are you saying they never recommended a repair?
Well, it was two steps. Let me explain for 1 second. I brought it in, and they said the car didn't pass because there was a leaky transmission cooler line.
All right.
So I had that fixed.
Right.
I brought it back. They said the transmission, and when they
just go ahead, Paul. Please, just keep going.
Okay. When they told me that, they had me sign something that I was acknowledging the car needed that repair, and I didn't let them do it.
What repair? Paul?
Replacing the oil, the transmission cooler line.
Well, then that's it. I'm done. That's it, Paul.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. So I took it to my private mechanic. They replaced the lines. I took it back to Christopher Dodge. They looked at it. They said that it's fine. It's good. You need a water pump. We're putting a water pump in under the warranty. Then a year and a half later, they're telling me that I refused to let them put in a thermostat.
Right.
But they do not have my signature on a document saying I won't let you put in the thermostat.
Just send me the invoice for that period of time.
But now I understand it's not arbitrary. What they're saying is during the inspection, this is what they're saying. During the inspection, some recommended repairs were turned down. So that was at the 10-year mark, right? And then at the 15-year mark when you went, they said, you don't have a warranty.
It's at the 10-year mark. The car's 12 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mark.
Okay. Send me that invoice, and we're going to attempt to attack it through Chrysler, not the dealer, and see what they say.
Good. 303-713-TALK. Mike, what's happening, Mike? I'm doing well. What's going on with you, man?
Hey, I just wanted to throw out some information. I was on your listeners might find interesting. I was on the phone with TurboTax for about 45 minutes this morning. So this is just to catch you guys up. The $600 stimulus, if you use TurboTax in filing your taxes, they're going off my 2018 because I hadn't filed 2019 yet. That if you use their service and just opted to take whatever you owed out of your refund, those people are not going to get a stimulus check.
Well, because they're just taking what you owed out of it, right?
No, listen. So if you opted to do that...
No, if you opted to do what? You need to explain. I'm confused.
Okay, if you opted to take whatever you owed on the last taxes filed...
Got it.
And have TurboTax take what you owed out of the refund as a service they offer, come this $600 check, if you opted to do that back whenever the last time you filed taxes, you're not getting a stimulus check, the $600.
Why?
Because it's a temporary bank account.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Mark, do you know what he's saying? If you, in other words, let me, you're saying if you took your tax credit you had 1 year, if you had a refund coming, and you put it toward the following year's taxes.
No, the same. Right. If you opted to do that service through TurboTax, what happens is
the IRS lets you do that. I don't understand what service you're talking about.
It's when you file with TurboTax, they ask you, do you want to pay your tax bill or do you want us to take it out of a refund?
Well, first of all, I don't understand it, because if you have a tax bill, you don't have a refund. You're saying something that doesn't make sense to me. With TurboTax, you either get a refund or you owe money.
Right. But what I'm saying is that it's a loan when they offer to do that. So what's happening is that since you opted to do that...
Mike, you're talking as if everyone understands you. So
I'm sorry.
No, I want to understand you. So I'm letting you talk, but I still don't.
Tell us exactly what happened to you.
No, what I'm getting at is this.
What happened to me is I received the $1,200 first stimulus, direct deposit.
Okay.
I hadn't filed 2019 taxes yet, which I tried to do last night. And you can't technically do that over a phone, and I don't have a computer. So I got that sorted out that... By calling TurboTax, what ended up happening was the IRS sent out the $600 stimulus check so quickly that if anybody used that service...
What service, Mike? You're not making sense to us. I know you think you are, but Mark is shaking his head, Ance is shaking his head. We don't understand what you're saying. What service are you talking about?
To pay for TurboTax itself out of the refund.
Oh, so, okay. So TurboTax charges you for doing the taxes, right? Or for the program. And how much is that? How much is that?
I've used them for 10 years and I love it. It's easy.
How much is it?
It's $80.
Okay, so hold on. I just want to go one step at a time because I am stupid when it comes to what you're explaining. So let's say I have $100 refund coming, and I say take TurboTax's fee out of that. So they take $80 and I get a refund for $20.
Yes.
You're telling me that if I opted to do that, I'm no longer eligible for the stimulus.
That makes no sense.
No, you are. Okay, you are eligible. Doesn't change your eligibility. You're not going to get it automatically. They entwine it with your 2020 taxes that haven't been filed yet.
Is it because that $600 would go to TurboTax and not you directly?
It went into their middleman bank account.
Okay, and it takes a while to get it to you.
I see.
And it won't get it to you.
I get it now. Because they're treating the $600
just like
a refund. So until they settle up the whole thing, it delays your getting the stimulus. Now, if that's true, Mike, that is a really good thing you're calling about. So let me really simplify it, okay? If you pay your TurboTax bill out of your refund, TurboTax not only keeps your refund, but they keep your stimulus too until everything is settled. Okay, we get it. That's an important thing.
We got a comment on Facebook says you shouldn't smoke weed before doing your taxes.
Yeah, that's now, what he actually explained is something we should be aware of. So thank you very much. By the way, somebody said, Tom, can you give us that number again for Silver Lake Mortgage for the reverse loans? It's 720-458-4052. We have more coming up.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Winter weather can bring snow and ice.
I did the last. Which one? Integra.
eco-friendly alternatives like sand and sawdust. Some sea ices, such as rock salt, can pose a hazard to children, pets, and the environment, and should be used sparingly because of that. Trust me.
All right, here you go. 10 seconds and check on insurance short.
Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/urgent.
You know, time is running out big time. If you have not checked your health coverage, you need to call the folks at Integra. Not only did they get Suzanne and I better coverage this year through Kaiser, we chose Kaiser, but they saved us money compared to last year. There has been a lot of changes out there. The other thing, if you make less than a certain amount, and that amount can be very high if it's a family of 4 or more, you probably qualify for free money going towards your health insurance. You need to call these guys up. You only have to the 15th. That's 9 days from now. Call them right now. Just check on all of your options. If you don't, you're leaving money on the table. 303-466-5500. Call them. This is open enrollment. It's ended on the 15th, and you got to wait a year. 303-466-5500.
Are you worried about credit card debt building up? Maybe looking for ways to save?
People are nuts not to check, man. I couldn't believe, for the first time in so many years, we saved some money and got better fucking coverage.
Financing, reminding you that mortgage rates are still near
I know.
record lows.
First time.
That has to do with the law.
Yeah, he said that too. You know, if they would open up, if they wouldn't put certain regulations here in Colorado, we could buy much better insurance way cheaper, though. We're still kind of fucked.
Now, Hiram is trying to give you some bullshit. He's going to start handling some clients on his own. He's going to have a mini agency. And,
hey, if he brings us new shit, that's great. But the old shit, tell him yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that at all, man. But tell him he brings us new ones. Who gives a shit?
Right, no, I understand.
He's just trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do. And quite honestly, over the last 8 or 9 months, he hasn't brought us. Has he brought you anything?
On your side. If you're a man in this situation, you should consider contacting Cordell and Cordell, who has helped men navigate complex family legal issues for 30 years.
Now, Mark,
visit us at
are you taking commission on
Cordell.com to learn
Icon?
more. Contact Cordell and Cordell.
Which one's Icon?
Icon, I care.
If I kept them on, I am. On your endorsement?
Yeah. Because really, I got them.
I don't think so. Unless if I brought them back, I wouldn't be.
Brought back, they never left.
They did leave. They absolutely did leave, but I don't know if you brought them back or what happened. I don't even know if I
get
have.
it with Stefan.
He
should be getting Icon, I don't think.
That's what I was going in to look at, and I can't access my file. So you got to figure out my file.
If he has been.
I don't think he has.
Well, if he has been, fine. But going forward,
Tommy, I don't think he has, but I wanted to look.
No,
I was
that's
like,
fine.
oh, shit.
I'm just going to give you the update.
Because when the 3 of us met, we went through this list.
Yeah, but we didn't go through commissions and stuff.
Yes, we did.
We talked about ideal.
We went through every single one.
I'm going to give you a new one because Hiram's leaving and other things. Like, become the banker.
Well, Hiram's his own house now, right?
Well, yes. But if they're my endorsements, I'm getting a commission on referrals. I'm giving you the list here.
Okay,
I interface with these, since Dad left and stuff, I have fucking been working with every single client I have. But if people are working it and Mark brought him in, like, he gets, I don't mind. Whether they're my endorsement or not.
We're on the same page.
Right.
Okay, real quick. Laverne is a landlord. Now, this is a curious question about discovery and small claims.
Yeah.
Can she request to see her tenant's positive COVID test?
No.
Okay, and she had other questions, but line 4 has a comment on the TurboTax stuff. And then I got Patrick back on, so he should stop bugging me on Facebook.
We knew someone that got fired from Walmart, though. I forget who.
Yeah.
Because they lied about
cousins,
COVID.
kids.
Yeah, how did they know he lied? That's interesting.
That what we do is not rocket science.
I don't know.
Right. It was your
lied. What are you talking about?
He told Walmart he had COVID because Walmart will still pay you. If it truly is COVID, you still get paid. Your average, not like 80% or whatever. You get paid what you get paid.
Yeah.
And he said he had COVID, and somehow they figured out he didn't. But how did they figure out he didn't is the question.
So, folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you.
I don't know how.
for the warmth and quiet of the place.
He had a good job, too, with them. He was, I think they're in Texas. He had, he was a coach. He was making probably 70, 80 plus Betties.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
Temperatures this afternoon just about where they should be for this time of year. The high back on about 30. For the weekend, a little bit of light snow possible Saturday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint weather meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
It's a new year, but for kids in poverty around the world, things are still different.
Yeah, I know.
Join Compassion with your one-time $40 gift to provide
It's an amazing corporation.
family in poverty. Text the
If you want to work.
83393.
There's a lot of people there that don't want to work. I mean, that's a fucking fact.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, let's run through these
because I switched
we
that
want
cable
to
today.
make sure all of you are represented here. Let's take care of you, okay?
Brian has a comment on the stimulus and TurboTax and all of that. Here's what the guy said. The guy said, if you take your payment for TurboTax's services out of that refund you have coming, you're not going to automatically get the stimulus. It's going to go to their bank account first, to TurboTax first. That also goes for anyone who takes a refund loan.
That's what I was going to say.
If you take a loan on your tax refund, you will not get the stimulus direct. It will go first to TurboTax to make sure they're all paid up. And the same goes with H&R Block or any tax service. If you screw with that refund, you take in advance or take money out of it, they will settle up first before sending you your stimulus. Brian, what's your comment?
Well, I've been doing TurboTax for, 10 years, 12 years, something like that now, and both the home business we have and both my wife's and mine personal taxes, we got both stimuluses with no problem, and we have actually owed at times and then also gotten money back.
Well, yeah, but that's not what they're saying. Did you ever borrow? Did you ever get a loan on your refund?
No, never had to.
That's why. Did you pay? Well, there's another thing. Did you pay TurboTax? That's
getting a loan. It's the same damn thing.
So you never let TurboTax take their fee out of your refund?
No, I actually would go and buy the actual program.
No, this guy found a cool loophole.
That's
not
different,
cool, but a real one.
But Brian's right. So if you don't screw with the refund, if you just leave it there and get it when you get it, and you pay TurboTax directly or pay for the program, that's different. What he's saying is once you take a loan on that in any form, before you get that stimulus money, it goes first to them and then to you, providing you've paid back the loan.
Hey, Brian, just a little bit of advice, man, and I went through this. I used to do the same thing you did with a small business, one of my computer stores, and our personal stuff. I finally went and talked to an accountant. I love the guy. I've used him forever. The amount of money that I was leaving on the table was unbelievable, so that's just food for thought. A good accountant thinks outside the box, and there's a lot of stuff you can actually get written off that you would never think of in TurboTax. So I'm just giving you something to think about, man.
Wow. Interesting. Mike, what is your comment? Go ahead, Mike.
He was the original caller.
Oh, you're the original one. I'm sorry, Mike. You brought up the good point. Thank you. Now, Patrick. Now, we're calling Patrick. Excuse me. He was from yesterday. What was this about?
Okay, here it is in a nutshell.
All right.
This guy used L&L Heating, who's on our referral list 5 years ago. Apparently, they arbitrarily put the heater or the furnace in front of his door. I mean, I have no idea why, but that's what he said.
They moved it.
And he paid him $600 to move the furnace.
Yeah, I remember
it ended up where he didn't want it.
No, I remember. Patrick called these guys and said, I'm doing remodeling.
That's right.
And they said, okay, you don't need a new furnace, but you do need to probably centrally locate it. And they said to him, according to him, they were going to put it on the other side of the water heater.
But then what happens is he pays them $600.
Right.
Doesn't call him, doesn't do anything for 5 years. Calls us yesterday and says, hey, I never told them to put it there.
They put it in the wrong spot. They didn't pull a permit. I am upset. Okay, what they said is look, the guy went back And when they said they didn't charge you for a new furnace, that's what they meant. They didn't charge you for a new furnace. They never said you never paid them a dime.
No, I think
did
Suzanne,
they?
Did they say they never got paid?
They never told me that.
No, they said he didn't buy a furnace.
Got it.
And so we all acknowledge he didn't buy a furnace. They moved it. He's saying they moved it in the wrong spot. And if you look at where it is kind of screwy.
It's in a weird spot.
It's totally weird. But no matter what, how do we go back 5 years? They're saying we put it right where he wanted it.
And they're also saying they put it there during construction. There might have not even been a door there at the time.
I don't know. But all I know is this. I don't think Patrick would have made a door there. Who knows? But here's the deal. The bottom line is, how do we go back 5.5 years and make this argument? It's beyond any statute of limitations.
But he wanted to call back. He's been emailing, and he always watches on Facebook, and he wanted to make some more points.
Okay, go ahead, Patrick. What other points do you want to make, sir?
Okay, my points are, and I totally understand where you're coming from, and I do appreciate everything you do. I mean, I know you're a good guy and you do stuff. So I'm not mad at you. And the thing that's the problem is our basement was finished. The furnace was only 2 years need a furnace.
Right.
There's no relevance to that, though.
No, but let him talk. You didn't. You made all these points yesterday, Patrick, that you didn't need a new furnace, but they wanted to relocate it. So go ahead.
Okay. The problem is that over the last 5 years, I have gone through multiple health issues.
You made that point yesterday. We feel bad for you. Patrick, we acknowledge that, but that doesn't have anything to do with the law.
Well, nor is that their issue.
The law.
No, but what I mean is this, Patrick. We don't have any teeth to go after them. It's too long. We can't. I mean, what you really want them to do is move it again, and they will, but they're going to charge you.
Patrick, for example, they might have had an employee that screwed up, and if you told them that 30 days later, they would send the same guy out there to make it right. Now it's 5 years later.
But they're claiming they put it right where you wanted it. Patrick, all I'm saying, we're not denying anything you've said. We believe everything you say.
I have pictures.
We believe everything you say. We absolutely believe everything you say. I believe that they may have told you they're putting it one place and they may have screwed up. We believe you. What we can't do is do anything about it because it's too long. Even if we wanted to go after them for breach of contract or whatever.
They're saying that's not the case.
Yeah.
I do understand that. But the problem is if they weren't going to do anything about it, why did Larry himself come out October 28th of 2020 and look at it?
I don't know.
And right in front of witnesses said, oh, that would have never passed inspection.
Well,
he asked me why I took so long. I told him all the health issues I've gone through, and he understood that.
Larry is a good guy. L&L Heating is a good company.
I know he is a good guy.
But they don't owe you anything.
What did he tell you they were going to do on the 20th?
Hold on. We have to take a break. Okay, we just have to take a break.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now.
Just move it. Couldn't we get them to move it? They might not be able to move it in that room. It would be interesting. Maybe they're saying even if we moved it, it wouldn't be under code.
Sponsored by the Ad Council. From the
I wonder if Tony would.
Center, nice and quiet on
Tony
Highway
would want
21
acres.
metro area right now. No major problems being reported. There is a little bit of slowing on 225.
This guy is a
but everything's
sorry
pretty wide open. Off freeway,
He
there's
is. I mean, I don't think he's lying. I think the guy is just a sorry sap.
Today, plenty of sunshine this afternoon. A high in the upper 40s. We'll drop down into the upper 20s overnight tonight. Mostly cloudy tomorrow for your
man, there's more TurboTax stuff.
It's 46 right now in Denver.
I wonder what else the guy's got.
I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL. Okay, Deb.
10 seconds, Colorado Fan Care, home benches of all sorts.
Man. Or something more contemporary. Plus. That's right. Dance like a dad with your kids. Learn more at fatherhood.gov.
Colorado Pain Care. This is a clinic I want you to become familiar with. These are good people, a group of local doctors in Colorado that want to change the paradigm when it comes to pain. You don't have to live with pain. They have many programs for you, customized for you. Now, of course, they can do conventional drug therapy, but their goal is to get you off pain meds so you can safely live your life. They have non-invasive therapies. They have minimally invasive therapies. They have like interventional epidural steroid injections and nerve blocks, radio frequency nerve controls. Yeah, little patches you can wear that do away with pain, nerve and spinal cord stimulators. They have cutting-edge regenerative options like PRP and stem cells with proven results. You know what? Save money, work with all the major insurances they do, like Medicare even, Medicaid, and workers' comp. They're good people. ColoradoPainCare.com. I've lived with pain, and I'm so thankful I found a way around it. 303-GOT-PAIN. Don't live with it. 303-GOT-PAIN. All right, so what happens when you want to sell your house? We have great people you can sell your house with, like Frank Duran, the real estate man, okay? But what about this? What about when you just want to check? You don't want to pay commissions, you don't want to pay fees, you don't want to do an inspection, you don't want to do anything. All you want to do is get out of town. They'll come and write you a check in a few days if they decide to buy your house. And guess what? There are no commissions, no fees. You just get a check and move on. 800-44-BUYER. Just call. You'll never know if it's right for you. You have nothing to lose. 800-44-BUYER.
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Inspiration is amazing.
They shut down the Capitol.
Into this.
Oh, it's down. Oh,
Put it all
guns drawn.
This is bad. This is just bad.
Put it all together with a special price.
God.
99
I'm telling you, the other countries are laughing at us.
In store.
You know what though? He should be out. He should be out saying, people, go away. Don't do this.
Well, he came out and said he didn't say that way.
Well, that's what he wanted. He just gave a speech. That's the opposite of what he just asked for.
Trump gives defiant address to packed rally ahead of the electoral vote. Does never concede. Bomb threats. Guns drawn on House floor. McCarthy says he heard reports of shots fired as lawmakers are evacuated. It's crazy.
Potential water damage. Call us today for your free in-home estimate. We'll even take 20% off our already low price and receive 0% interest when you call today. 720-573-0086. 720-573-0086. That's 720-573-0086.
Well, it's the start of a new year, and if you're a timeshare owner, you probably just paid your annual maintenance fees. But if you're feeling stuck in your unwanted timeshare, it's not too late to get out, even if you've already paid those fees. This month only, get a maintenance fee credit with Timeshare Termination Team. So for those timeshare owners who have already paid their maintenance fees for this year, it's not too late. Get started with Timeshare Termination Team this month, and they will apply what you paid for this year's maintenance fee toward the cost of our services. Timeshare
Watch the F-bomb,
will get you out of your timeshare legally and permanently, guaranteed in writing. So if you're ready to finally be
I don't give a fuck. Are you kidding?
Call. Tell them Ross Kaminsky sent you and receive a maintenance
I've got a mouth like a sailor.
this month only. So call 303-766-2255. That's 303-766-2255 or visit timeshareterminationteam.com today.
There's good info for line 3. Gene the roller skater.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise showings. What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to Orchard.com. Their Move First service helps you buy, then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages.
People putting up. What do these signs say?
Possible price. Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is list ready. Joe, a recent Orchard client, said, "With Orchard, we got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old one. Highly recommend."
What do these
Another client
signs
said, "We didn't have to carry 2 mortgages, didn't have to rush to move, and most importantly, we beat out 7 other offers for our new home. Go to Orchard.com now. Enter your address and get...
You know what's weird, though, if you think about it?
It's that...
Remember the Summer of Love this year and all those people that were looting and doing everything? They were all good people, but now these people protesting are
No, I know.
assholes, right?
That's it.
So
Mark, just like a super spreader effect.
Have you found a GPS device on
It's
your
so
vehicle?
fucking
Did you
stupid.
remove it, or would you just leave it there?
No, you put it on another vehicle. That's obvious. Each episode dives deep into the world's strangest topics.
What's up, man? I'm still on air.
Bleeding edges of science and beyond.
I'm still on air till 2.
They don't want you to know on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your
Oh, it's crazy. I'm watching on TV. But hey, man, it's so funny. Right before you called, I literally just said, how about the Summer of Love and all the protesting and shit in the other states that everybody said was cool, the looting and everything. But anyhow, we'll have a good conversation. It's crazy as shit, I'll tell you that. It's crazy. Later. It's Talib.
Tom, love him. He's a great guy. What I remember. He had fun. Hey, Tom Martino here.
713-TALK. And speaking of Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, do you know anybody better than him for buying and selling real estate? And no, I'm serious. I've never seen a guy so adept at what he does. Anyway, I just thought I'd tell you that. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now, what do we do? Patrick, we agree with you. There's virtually nothing we can do unless they volunteer to do it.
I don't think it's fair to make them do it, Tom.
I don't either.
Well, we can't.
I mean, regardless, I feel bad for the health issues, but it's been 5 years.
Maybe we can I know.
I'm not even comfortable asking him to do something.
And we understand he had health problems. But unless they volunteer to do it and acknowledge that they did it wrong, I don't know how we go back and reconstruct it. They're saying that from their records, they shows they moved where you wanted it. But Patrick, there's no sense discussing this. Can we help you find someone to move it? Can you afford anything at all to move that furnace, sir?
No, not right now. I can't.
Okay.
Starting dialysis.
Okay.
Hey, Patrick,
let's try to help
can
you.
it even be moved in that same room?
Yeah,
and get a permit?
Where do you want it moved, by the way?
It just needs to get moved back to.
Can I ask you something? Did you finish your basement without a permit?
My basement was finished when I moved in.
No, there's no new construction there at all. None. You said the reason you were moving the furnace is because you were redoing your basement.
And that's what the pictures show.
I did not say redoing. I said I did an addition.
Okay.
And I needed air.
Is the addition done?
Yeah, he did say he was doing something. I know.
Is the addition done?
Right now, the only thing that isn't
Did you get a permit for that addition?
I have every permit pulled from the moment we walked into this house, did the addition. It's Jefferson County.
Okay.
They know me well.
So when they gave you the addition for that addition, when they gave you the permit for the addition, and they came and inspected, what did they say about the furnace blocking the bedroom?
The only way that it could stay there is if it was an enclosed closet.
And then they enclosed it.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, what did they say about it blocking part of the doorway, though?
The county didn't say anything other than it's illegal where it's been put.
All right. So do you have a place it can be moved?
Yes.
And it'll be fine where you want to move it. We just have to find someone who can do it for you. And I don't know if we can get it done free. I don't know.
I don't think he's facing any ramifications besides it's awkward.
Free.
What's that, sir?
And I do have emails back and forth with the company showing them because they did say we didn't pay them. And if you look at I know you're going to say.
So Patrick, you proved you paid them, but what does that have? Patrick,
we saw you paid them.
I told you, we believe everything you say. You're hell-bent.
But
you're hell-bent on proving. You don't have to prove anything. I'm telling you, there's nothing we can do after 5 years.
This is why I didn't want to come on the air. The thing is you're saying it was $600. It was $2,800, not $600.
Wait, you paid them. Hold on. You paid them $2,800.
That's exactly what I paid them. If you look at the bank statement again, the highlighted thing, the $600 is what was left in my account after I gave them $2,800.
Okay, we have to look at it again. So you paid them $2,800.
Yes.
And that was to move the furnace. That's all they did?
Did they do duct work?
They did some duct work.
Okay.
And I do have the invoice.
But you didn't notice where they were putting it when they put it there, right? You didn't notice it was in the middle of the room?
No, I didn't. I was upstairs.
Okay.
In my room.
This is like crazy. This is crazy. So, Suzanne, I don't recall them saying he didn't pay. I recall them saying he didn't buy a furnace.
That's what, but it was Patrick who said that L&L said, well, you didn't pay us anything anyway.
Yeah, that's what he said yesterday.
I have emails from them saying the whole rigmarole of the whole thing.
I don't know the relevance.
Can you send us
5 years? This is 5 years ago.
I know it. I don't know.
He did send us the bank statement.
No, the emails. I want to see where they were telling him you haven't paid us. And you haven't paid us anything. Why would they say that? I'm wondering if someone who used to work there did something wrong. Look, Patrick, he came out when he came out in October. Did he say he would do anything for you? That was only a couple months ago.
Right, and he said that we'll see what we can do, and it's going to do a little bit of duct work to get it back there because.
Okay, and what did he say he would do?
Rules have changed now. The codes have changed.
Okay, so what did he say he would do?
He said I'll bring a tech back. We'll see what we can do, and we'll go from there.
Okay, and who was that told you that?
Larry, the owner.
Now, Suzanne, did Larry acknowledge he was out there?
I don't remember, Tom, on that. But where does it stand now, Patrick? I mean,
no,
is
he never
coming
went back. He never went back.
Or did he want to charge you for it and you can't afford it?
Did he ever give you a proposal?
I would do half. I would even do half of it.
Did he give you a proposal?
Not when he came. Okay, so he came
Did
back.
you ever get a proposal since October, yes or no?
I have a witness to it. Yes.
Do you have a proposal?
Oh, my goodness.
Is it in writing? Patrick, that's a yes or a no. Do you have a written proposal from L&L Heating and Air since October?
No.
Okay. Do you have a proposal? Do you have a verbal proposal that they gave you?
Mark, I know you think I'm...
Do they have a verbal proposal? Or if you just answered questions, it would be way better. Do you have a verbal proposal that they said to you after October?
Yes.
What did they say?
I have proof in the
I'm
email.
asking you what they said.
You're not letting me finish.
You're not telling me how much, or what was the proposal they gave to you verbally?
Okay, I'm going to show you.
We got people just turning the station.
Can you tell me what was the proposal? If you don't do it in 5 seconds, I'm hanging up.
How much?
The proposal was $3,500.
Okay.
To move it back.
All right. And you said you'd be willing to pay half of that.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. I don't know. I want to see his email change. Look, if he paid $2,800, they moved the furnace. It was 5.5 years ago. They claim they moved it exactly where he wanted it, and he changed his mind. Now he wants him to do it again free. He's saying he'll pay at least half. I don't know what Larry wants to do with this, but he should at least talk to the guy
Let's
again.
See if he'll come on.
If he went there in October, for God's sakes, he should do it again. We have more coming up.
Larry will come on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
That's the fucking thing.
It's nice and quiet on the highway drive around the metro area right now. No major problems being reported.
Then he thought you were me. Thanks.
But everything else is wide open. Off freeway,
Because you started getting louder and more writer.
Interchange. Causing some slowing on Alameda through there. Your forecast for today, plenty of sunshine this afternoon. A high in the upper 40s. Will drop down into the upper 20s overnight tonight. Mostly cloudy tomorrow for your Thursday with a high right around 50. It's 46 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose.
.org to learn more about adoption and find out how you can be a perfect parent to one of the teens in foster care.
When it comes to your business, there's a lot of things you know and a few things you want to learn more about fast. If you're looking for an easy and affordable way to get smarter about what your customers are thinking, you need to check out Research Raccoon. Just tell the Research Raccoons whatever your business question is. Maybe it's about a new menu item for a restaurant. Maybe it's finding out what your audience really thinks about your business name. Maybe you don't even know what questions you're supposed to be asking. Let the Research Raccoons know what's on your mind, and they'll poll potential U.S.-based customers that day, giving you clean data you can use to make smarter business decisions for less than you think. No matter the size of your business, Research Raccoon gives you the tools to learn at an affordable price. So discover what your business should be doing and move with confidence with Research Raccoon. Visit ResearchRaccoon.com to learn more and discover which plan is best for you. ResearchRaccoon.com. Fast results with big data.
You hear a lot of celebrity endorsements in town telling you who you should call for your next home loan. The question you have to ask yourself, is that who they called when it was time for them to get a mortgage? When you hear an on-air personality talk about Ideal Home Loans, it's because they picked up the phone and called us for their own personal home loan. To find out how we can help you, call us today at Ideal Home Loans, 303-867-7000, or apply online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Join us for Carpet Mill Outlet Store's Big Sale event. Save up to 40% off MSRP store-wide and get special 2 years interest-free financing. Save on carpet, hardwood, waterproof.
Yeah, he was tough though, man. How much was it? How much was it? I approved. How much was it? I approved. How much was it? It was so redundant. It was pretty crazy, actually. I don't know. You know what, though? We should ask Larry. Mark said we have people turning off the show.
And how to protect your home? Do you want to become mortgage safe?
We need to have, we should ask Larry what his deal is.
The highest level ever.
But here's the deal. I bet Larry says he needs a shitload of work where it needs to be placed. Handful of permit, right?
KK 720-895-0500. Many of our clients have the ability to tap their equity should the economy change, all without having to borrow the money now. We can show you how to access your equity in these uncertain times to give you peace of mind and allow you to focus on what's important for your family. Affordable interest mortgage at 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500. We are locally owned and operated since 2001. Our reputation of putting you first with straight answers and listening.
I'm going to teach Dan after the show how to build listings. That'll take, well, it is Dan, so that could take 8-9 hours.
Something a little
I could probably
rest easy. The sleep number 360
teach you and
adjust your comfort if you sleep number 7.
Can it really
7 minutes. What are you? Oh, as far as what doing building listings?
Automatically adjust.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you. No, I wouldn't want you. Well, I don't care if you want to do it. I mean, I'm just saying. It'll take me 10 minutes, dude. It's so simple. It's crazy.
Only for a limited time.
You've probably used shit where you build your own website, right? I mean, it's the same shit. It's just click here, click there.
Insurance Company presents Doug.
Okay, class, let's bump it up to 9.
It'll be nice to get Dano back in here, though, man. Yeah. I can't have anybody to trick about shoes.
Hey, don't talk to me like that. I'm not, I'm talking to you.
He's so naive, he still gets fooled by the shoe joke. Who? Dan. He forgets. I can do it on his shirt, but he forgets. And then his racquetball skills are fucking... Talk about going downhill. The guy, he can barely play racquetball anymore. COVID took it out of him. And he hasn't even had COVID. So that's sad. That's sad. He's, I don't know, he's interesting.
Then use our whole grain onyx sorghum to help slow sugar absorption. This sugar control, or sugar taking, helps manage diabetes and prediabetes. And we didn't have to sacrifice flavor to do it. So buy grain-berry cereal with amazing onyx sorghum and start curbing your sugar today. Available in multi-bran flakes, honey nut toasted oats, and delicious cinnamon frosted shredded wheat.
Grain-berry, healthy cereal for your family.
Denver's Talk Station has your shot to You got 12 chances a day, every weekday. Listen at 5 past the hour for the 12K a day giveaway.
All right!
Sponsored by Diaries on 630 KHOW.
Brighten your home and save 10% on even more paint by joining the Gyra.
Time goes way faster in the studio, doesn't it? Way faster.
$19.99.
Don't you think?
Hi, Tom Martino here at 303-7 Street Talk. Okay, so Levine, sorry for the wait. What's going on? Laverne, I'm sorry. What's happening?
There is no new mandate yet. There is just this one is expiring at the end of the month. Mark, do you know? I don't know of any new mandate. Have you heard of? I meant the executive order.
You're talking about eviction. The other thing I read today that was interesting. It does cover a lot of commercial too. So I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but it goes to the 31st, and I don't think there's any changes. Just an extension.
We haven't heard of an extension yet, have we?
To the 31st. He did that last month.
Right. But so far,
last month.
Right. So far, Laverne, it's to the 31st. No. You can negotiate that, by the way, but as far as this is interesting, you're on a month-to-month. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I'm saying. With a month-to-month lease, you can give notice. Whatever notice was provided in the earlier one, and remember, it's not an eviction. You're simply not renewing the lease.
Yeah, but if they don't leave, you would have to go through an eviction.
They may not know that. I'm telling you. So here's the thing, okay? I feel bad for you. I feel bad for them. I don't even know what to do. I mean, just if they were calling me, I'd say, okay, well, here's what you do, and you're calling me. It's terrible.
Laverne, they probably have payments to make on wherever you're staying, and they can't do that. So that's the other side of the coin.
Now, you can, by the way, evict for other reasons. If they're breaking, if they're doing, you can, evict for other reasons if there are other reasons. You can't make them. Right. Here's something really bad. If they leave and that water bill is not paid, it's going to stay with the address.
Well, I'm sorry. She's a landlord.
Yeah,
I don't have my headphones on.
So we will take Gene, the roller skater, if he can go back on tomorrow early. Suzanne, I'll take all of his information. We're out of time. Don't forget, referralist.com. Also check out our Facebook and our YouTube. Referralist.com. Save all your problems for me, and you can call me at any time at 303 Martino 303-627-8466.
Hey, Dano, I'm going to carry it in. You don't have to shut it down. We'll see.
I'm going to go into the office and work. I'm going to go to another desk, actually.
I'll show you where you can go.
Those rooms.
Yeah, you know where I'm talking?
Yeah. They said all of us will work there.
They're pretty cool. I used to make calls out of the one up here.
Not that I mind.